Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, sir. I'm
Morning.
here at Division 1. I just got Mr. Williams for you.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
The rest of them will be zooming in from Division 2.
Okay,
Schloff is here for Williams.
all right, great. Okay, Ms. Sanford, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Take care on Albert Hicks.
Yes.
Yeah, ready.
Calling case number 2306-011701. People of the state of Michigan versus Albert Hicks. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence aggravated, second offense no.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Attorney Monica Sanford, P62315. On behalf of Mr. Hickson, I waive his appearance for the purposes of this PCC.
Court away the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Preliminary exam, Your Honor.
Continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is December 11th at 9:15?
Sounds good.
Not talking to you, sir.
Your Honor, I have an appointment can we do it a little bit later that morning, like maybe 10:30, 11?
Hey, December 11th at 11 o'clock.
That works. Thank you.
And Your Honor, I do realize that Mr. Hicks is not present. I did want to address the issue of bond. I did speak with the complainant this morning. I do believe that she's in the waiting room.
What's her name?
Her name is Kim. I think she's under Kim.
Kimberly?
Yes.
Okay. Bringing her out the waiting room now.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the defendant is not to have any contact or be around the complainant at all. And he has, as soon as he got out on tether, he did try to contact one of their children. The complainant has, I believe, changed phone numbers. She has blocked all social media. He is not supposed to be picking the kids up at school, and he was seen driving around the school at the time that the complainant would have been picking up the kids. So I just wanted to address that issue to make sure that he is very clear that he is not to have any contact, not to reach out, not to be anywhere around her, and not to be at the school.
Your Honor, I understand that there's a no contact order with her, and my client specifically asked me, his kids have their own cell phones. Can he talk to them on the cell phone? I don't understand how there could be any order saying that he can't talk directly to his kids, as long as he's not trying to get his kids to hand the phone over to the mother or deliver messages. He should be able to speak to his kids on the phone, and that is what I advised him of.
How old are the kids?
I'm sorry, without him present, I can't tell you their specific ages, but he specifically told me that they had their own cell phone and that he was calling their cell phone directly. And I said that would not be a violation. He specifically asked me that question.
And Kimberly, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi, tell me your name. You muted yourself again.
Hello.
What's your name?
My name is Kimberly Hubbard.
Last name is Hubbard.
Yes, Hubbard.
Ms. Hubbard, how many children do you have?
2.
How old are they?
They're 11 and 12.
They have their own cell phones?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So has the defendant tried to contact you personally?
I had private calls. I can't tell you if it was him, but I do not feel comfortable with him. Let him talk to them.
You don't want him to talk to his kids? Why not?
Because he's manipulative.
He's not talking to you though, right?
No, he's not talking to me, but he's manipulative. He will try to get them to speak through them. That's why I don't want him to have any contact with them. He's done this before. When I've left, he would try to get them to speak for him through them to me.
So give me an example. What has he said to the kids this time?
This time, he hasn't talked to them this time. Are you talking about previous times when I've tried to leave?
No, I'm talking about this time.
He hasn't talked to them at all.
I thought you said he called their cell phones.
She was in school still. So she was unable to answer. It was a missed call.
Oh, she didn't call. He didn't call back.
And the other reason I do not feel comfortable with him having contact with them. This incident took place in front of my daughter.
How old is she?
She is 12.
Ms. Drain, is she a witness? Is the 12-year-old a witness?
She may be a witness at trial. I would not be calling her as a witness for the preliminary exam.
Okay. So Ms. Sanford, I don't talking to any witnesses either. The other child is 11.
Yes, he is.
I don't have so much of an issue with him talking to the 11-year-old.
Okay, but can I say this? My son is on the autism spectrum also. So he's easily manipulated. So that's an issue for me.
So what is it you think he's going to do?
Try to talk to the kids, talk to me through the kids, like the indirect contact. That's what I'm worried about. And he's going to try to get information to find out where we are. Those are the things that I fear. I fear for my life. They don't even currently have the phone in their possession. I do.
Okay. Well, it should be solved then. I think that's a legitimate concern, Ms. Sanford. She's trying not to have any contact or disclose where she is. Ms.
Well, yeah,
Sanford?
I do understand she doesn't want to disclose where she is, but she has no current information. She has done anything to find out where she's living, to send any messages. He's dialed the one child's phone one time, missed the call, and has not done anything else. We don't have anything current here.
I understand that. But what we're talking about is the future contact. I'm not so concerned. I'm not hanging him up on what he's done up to this point in trying to contact his children. But I think that's a legitimate concern. Her not disclosing where she is and him perhaps, and I'm not saying this is the case, but perhaps manipulating kids into disclosing where they are, what they're doing, and that type of thing.
So are you ordering that my client cannot speak to his kids, Your Honor?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And Your Honor, it's my understanding as we are addressing the issues of bond that he is currently on a house arrest tether where he can't go anywhere.
I was showing up at the kids' school then.
Well, I don't know anything about that. He didn't disclose to me that he showed up to the school. What he asked me to ask is if he could have set hours because he has his own business that he could be out during the daytime working.
What's his business?
Has a construction company. All work, no play. He does home repairs and painting.
Ms. Strang?
Well, Your Honor, I guess the concern is that he wasn't supposed to go to the school, and he was up at the school at the time that the complainant was going to be picking up her kids. So if he just has out hours, and I would assume they probably would be around school time, that would be an issue. And I believe the school is maybe not, I'm not going to give a location for the complainant, but the complainant is concerned about that. So I have concerns about him having out hours at this time.
Well, certainly, Your Honor, he's on a GPS tether. It could be put in that wherever that location is, he cannot be at that location, but that he should be able to go to work. I mean, he should be able to work, Your Honor.
What are his working hours?
He asked to be out from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday.
We'll do 6 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you for that.
I need a proposed order to that effect.
Email it to your chambers.
Email it to my clerk, CTRM 234 at 36districtcourt.org. And no contact with the complaining witness or children, or their school or her place of business, if she has one.
I will put it together, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Ms. Sprinkle, are you there?
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Sprinkle?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Good morning. How can I help you?
I'm trying to reschedule Brady. We set it for exam on Friday, and I got a notification from my dentist that they can get me in for my oral surgery, but it has to be at 10. Otherwise, it'll be another 4 to 6 weeks.
Sounds like I'm on the same schedule as your dentist. Because if we don't do it Friday, we're not going to see it till the first of the year.
I can verify with him, but I don't think that's a problem since he's out on bond.
What time do I have you set for?
10 o'clock? No, 10:15.
Could you perhaps do it later afterwards, or are you going to be in no condition?
It's a 3-hour appointment, so I'm assuming I'll be in no condition to hold an exam against Shelley.
You gotta keep that beautiful smile, right?
I'm trying, Judge.
Oh, that's not true. Okay, we're good. I can do it next week. Are you available Monday?
I'm grabbing my calendar. Give me 1 second here. Okay, on the 15th?
The 11th.
On the 11th. Yes.
The 11th at 9:15?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, let me call that case. What's the defendant's name?
Brady?
Brady. All right.
Calling case number 230600761. It was State Michigan versus Edward Brady. Defendant is charged in count 1, 2, 3, and 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. Counts 5, stage child abuse, 4th degree. Count 7, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Caroletta Sprinkle, P49898, on behalf of defendant Brady.
All right, he said he has an off-the-record discussion in that Ms. Sprinkle is requesting an adjournment from the exam date of December 8th at 10:15. The next available date I have is December 11th at 9:15. You indicated that date and time works for you. Is that correct, Ms. Sprinkle?
That's correct, Your Honor, and I will notify Mr. Brady as well as the interpreter.
Okay, great. So December 11th at 9:15 and bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Everybody have a good day.
You too.
Mr. Carlesimo.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Your Honor, I'm here on Seaman. He is present. Judge, it's a PCC. We're going to ask for a preliminary examination date.
Let me call it.
Calling case number 23060129001. People of the State of Michigan versus Tom Seaman. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defense no.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anthony Carlosimo, P25352. I represent the defendant. Your Honor, he is present.
Sir, unmute yourself and tell me your name.
Yes, my name is Tom Saman.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Carlesimo?
Your Honor, at this time, my client would like to have a preliminary examination.
How is December 11th at 9:30?
Your Honor, I have that's not a good day for me, Judge. I'm sorry. Can we put it farther out? That whole week, Judge, is messed up.
No, sir, it has to go on this week.
How about the 15th, Judge, Friday?
Fifteenth at 9 o'clock?
That's great, Judge. Thank you so much.
All right, December 15th at 9 o'clock, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Thank you, you as well. Ms. Henderson. You're all set, Mr. Saman.
All right,
Morning.
Good morning, ma'am. What can I do for you?
I'm here for Mr. Clark. He is in custody, but it does not appear that they've brought him up yet.
Bobby Clark, okay.
Yes.
Great, young Clark.
Oh, we have the right.
What that was, Ms. Barnwell, come on. Okay.
Calling case number 2306-010001, people of the state of Michigan versus Bobby Clark. Defendant charged in count 1 controlled substance, delivery, manufacture, cocaine, heroin, or another narcotic less than 50 grams. Count 2, human trafficking, forced labor. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carolyn Solari, P number 86651 for the people, standing in for APA Kristen Cartwright.
Good morning, Attorney Sydney Henderson, P84839, appearing on behalf of Mr. Clark.
And what's your pleasure, counsel?
At this time, we are requesting an exam date.
Are you waiving the defendant's presence for purposes of this hearing?
Yes.
Court will waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty, and set this matter for preliminary examination. How's December 11th at 1:30?
December 11th, I will be in trial. The same for the 13th. I should be done by the 15th if you have availability that day.
Your Honor, my understanding from speaking to APA Cartwright is that she'd be available. She is in trial as well for the week of the 11th. So the 15th, 18th, or 19th, if the court and defense counsel is amenable.
December 15th at 11 o'clock?
That works, Your Honor.
That works for the people as well, Your Honor.
Okay, December 15th at 11 o'clock, bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, from what my understanding is, there wasn't an entry of appearance for defense. So if defense counsel could email APA Cartwright or provide me any information so that she's able to provide counsel with discovery.
I can do that. Can you provide her email address for me?
It is K Cartwright. That's spelled CARTWRIGHT at waynecounty.com.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Slot.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm here on Mr. Jerome Williams.
All right.
He's in the jail.
He's right here. We're ready on the
Yes.
numbers.
Calling case number 2306-011101, people of the state of Michigan versus Jerome Williams. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender and defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. For the record, James Schloff, 30720, on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams, tell us your name for the record.
Jerome Williams.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Schloff?
Your Honor, I am hearing that the complainant is not available for any date whatsoever. And I would ask if Ms. Drain has similar information.
Yes, Your Honor, that is accurate. So the complainant has now moved out of state, and she has indicated that she has no intentions of coming back here to have anything to do with this case. So I don't think that there's a reason to set it for exam, because I know at this time that the complainant, there's no way that we're going to try to get her and bring her back here when she is out of state.
Are you moving to dismiss this matter?
Yes, Judge.
Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you,
Thank you
Judge.
very much, Judge. Take care, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Ms. Caswell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. You're here on Epps?
Yes.
Okay.
How long does this take to get me out of here?
Your Honor, if we could have Mr. Epps actually be on Zoom as please.
Excuse me?
Is Mr. Epps on the Zoom screen?
I don't see him.
Is it possible that we can have him be present for this hearing or no?
But where is he?
He's in custody, Judge. I spoke to the clerk, I believe it was on Friday. She was going to send a notice to the jail that he would have a court hearing this morning.
And they haven't zoomed in yet, so you have to wait. I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Ms. Barnwell.
Yes, Judge.
Good morning. How can I help you?
Good morning. I have a 9:30 exam, but I have a 9 o'clock trial because the prosecutor, my client in a homicide case, he's a co-defendant, is testifying first witness this morning. He was supposed to be like Tuesday of last week, but it dragged on. So I just want to give notice that I'll be in Judge Van Houten, and I'm trying to see if I could zoom into you. My client is going to show up physically to the court. I talked to him at 7 o'clock this morning.
So we're scheduled for exam.
DeAndre Hoggrove. But he anticipates, I'm anticipating there may be a dismissal. I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll zoom in around 9:30 and we'll see where we stand, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
All right.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I do apologize for the matter of Bobby Clark. I have the date listed as December 15th, but not the time.
11 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Ripley.
Good morning, Judge.
What are you here for?
I'm here with Mr. Holler on Dante Alexander.
Okay. Ready, Alexander.
Okay, case number 2205-904001, people of the state of Michigan versus Dante Alexander. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
Morning, Your Honor. John J. Holler on behalf of Mr. Dante Alexander, standing to my immediate left. My bar number is 43344.
And there's a time set for a competency hearing, is that correct?
It's a post, on January 23rd, this court found that Mr. Alexander was incompetent to stand trial. And we have been appearing before the court from time to time to monitor what, if anything, is going to be done. As far as any further evaluation, observation, treatment, or custodial commitment, or any referral or anything from the prosecutor's office regarding probate court. And to date, we've had no movement from the prosecutor's office in that regard. Several months ago, the court observed that it didn't make a lot of sense for us to keep coming back every month since nothing's really being done. So you haven't seen us, I think, since probably June, something like that.
I remember you guys now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I believe we have until March 23rd 14 months by statute, for the prosecuting attorney to do whatever they think that they should do under the statute. And other than that, and if nothing else is done, I think that if he can't be restored to competency, then I think that the case comes to a conclusion. He's released. The doctor determined that because the evaluating clinician determined that because Mr. Alexander is developmentally disabled and has been since birth, that he cannot be restored to any competency that he's never had. So, Ms. Ridley?
Yes, Judge. I think that's a fair recitation of where we've started and where we are at right now. I believe actually by statute we have 15 months. And so I would just propose that would bring us to April 23rd of 2024. We've not had any kind of movement or success by way of doing anything else. I would propose that we set our next date for April 23rd of 2024 at that time.
Makes sense to me. All right. We'll adjourn this competency hearing to April 23rd, 2024 at 8:30.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Shulman.
Morning, Judge. I've been trying to get a hold of this client I was appointed on, Jason Perkins. Did he check in at all?
I haven't seen the Jason Perkins, no.
I might have to waive his appearance. I've been texting for the last half hour.
Okay, let me try.
Okay.
Call the case.
Calling case number 2306-012701. People of the state of Michigan versus Jason Perkins. Defendant charged in count 1, aggravated indecent exposure.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carolyn Solari, P number 86651 for the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Stanford Schulman, P43230, appearing on behalf of Jason Perkins. I note that Mr. Perkins is not present. I was provided an email address with an Outlook.com, and that was the only contact information I had in addition to his address. I tried to contact him at both and apprised him of the hearing today, and I tried again this morning, but I would ask the court to set this for an in-person exam, and I will continue to try to contact him. I believe I have all the discovery.
Court will continue to plead of not guilty and will set this matter for preliminary examination on December 11th at 9:30.
Judge, would you any chance of doing it the next day? I'm in have a hearing in North Dakota on that Monday.
Your Honor, if I may, I am starting trial on December 11th.
December 15th at 9:15.
That's perfect. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor, what was the time?
9:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter and Madam Clerk. Thank you. Have a good morning.
Thank you, you too. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Judge.
What can I do for you?
I'm here on a matter of Mr. Brockton standing for this report. Jeffrey Laser. GLASC. Jeffrey is a GEO. 468.
Do I have any witnesses here on Brockton?
One also check in, Your Honor. Hey, how you doing, Sergeant Powell? Just King's Court. Yes.
Judge, I'm just gonna ask for 10 more minutes on the Brockman case, and I'm gonna be heading over to 36 right now.
I'm sorry, what you said, Mr. Kern?
I'm just gonna be asking for 10 more minutes on the Brockman case. If we could wait for
Okay.
a complainant, this is scheduled at 9:15, and I'm gonna head over to 36 now.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Right, okay. Gotcha. Okay. I don't know that's in process. We still do with a whole, whole case on everything. Support takers off top. Okay, so okay, process. He's downstairs in the hot tub.
Good morning, Mr. Mencken. You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. You are here on McCall.
Yes. See, is he still locked up?
I have no idea.
I haven't been able to get a hold of him. He may be still locked up. If they didn't bring him, I mean, I could just, even though I haven't talked to him, I could wait and set it for an exam.
Okay, let's do that.
And I'll see if I can get, if he is in jail, I'll see if I can get a visit through.
We're ready on McCall.
Calling case number 2306-011501, people state Michigan versus Michael McCall. Defendant is charged with one weapons, firearms, discharge, automatic field because he is count 2 weapons, felon firearm. Count 3 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4 weapons, felon firearm. Count 5 domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Mencken.
Your Honor, Steve Mencken, P31562, appearing on behalf of Michael McCall Jr.
All right, my understanding is that Mr. McCall is still in custody.
Okay, so looking at all the facts on this case, I think I'm just gonna set it for an exam. He's stuck here anyways. I think he has a serious case out in Macomb for like carjacking or something, and that's why they set this bond so high. So if I just set it for an exam, I can always let the court, if I find out he wants to do something different, I can let the court know.
Is he in the Wayne County Jail?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on December 11th at 9:30.
Let me take a look and see what I got up. Okay, yeah, I'll be able to do that. 9:30 a.m. on December 11th. And I think I'm not sure if I got all the discovery or not. I don't know if is the prosecutor there yet?
She's en route coming over from Frankfurt.
Okay, well, usually they
I'll
send
let her get you discovery, and I'll let her know the exam date as well. Her schedule is my schedule, so.
Okay.
It's
All right,
gonna
just
work.
let her know. I did get a lot of discovery from a number of cases I picked up. So maybe I did get it. This sounds familiar. I looked at some video and it kind of sounds like this case. So, they send video and they don't even put a name with it. And you got to figure out what it goes with and start watching it,
That makes things difficult, right?
It does. I don't understand why they don't put the names of the cases on these sometimes. And they do on the written discovery. You can open it up and you see, but then you have all this video. So, all right, well, very good. Then I'll be here on the 11th at 9:30. I'll visit my client and I'll let you know if something's
Right.
working. Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a great day.
You too.
Yes, Ms. Barnwell. Yes, Ms. Barnwell.
Yes, Judge. I'm zooming back in because my client is about to take the witness stand in a homicide for which I'm plea bargaining. I have to take notes for sentencing.
We have witnesses here on
Hallgrove.
No civilian, it's the officer, Mr. Brockman is here. Mr. Payne is here.
Okay. Ms. Drain should be joining us in a second, okay? Ms. Drain should be joining us in a second.
Don, they want to put it on first. This is when we need to get a journal from December 20th.
Oh.
They won't come Thursday for a journal. So
Thursday.
I put it on document for today. They can't make it today. Where you at, Paul?
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. So I have Ms. Barnwell here on Holbrook. Good morning, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. Ms. Barnwell wants to know if Holbrook is going to go.
I don't think so, and we don't have a.
I'm told that you have an officer here, you're not able to do anything with just officer.
No, that's the officer in charge, so I.
All right, let's call Holbrook. Let's have Mr. Holgrove step in. I'm sorry, Mr. Holgrove. The defendant Holgrove?
Yes, he's here.
Case number 2305-995501. Was the Michigan versus DeAndre Hoggrove. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or vice versa. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wendy Barnwell, P42505. On behalf of Mr. DeAndre Hoggrove, I have a scheduling conflict. Otherwise, I would be there physically. He's present in the courtroom.
DeAndre Holgrove. There's the time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present. I cannot proceed without the testimony.
Your Honor, we would respectfully move to dismiss.
So, or court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you. Mr. Hoggrove, I can send you the order, but wait, do you have a tether on?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that there's an order or something written that can be emailed to me that I can then send to him. So he can go get that tether removed today.
Okay, so our dismissal order should take care of it, Ms. Barnwell. Thank you very much.
Thanks a million.
Everybody on broccoli?
I'm sorry, if you can have a couple more minutes. The complainant in this case was supposed to be picked up by a cab this morning at 8 a.m. I want to check it if we could have a moment to check the status.
Okay.
Judge. We were set for 9:15. I was wondering how long it was going to take.
Mr. Strange, you find status out? That's the
I'm gonna find out right.
Okay.
Patty Judge, there's a question.
Okay. Ernest Brockman. Calling case 2359975, people of the state of Michigan versus Ernest Brockton Jr. Defendant is charged with count one assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two domestic violence. Defendant has a provision for the court defense of his mandatory 25-year sentence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Jeffrey Glazer, P46892. I'm stating as the attorney of record for today's hearing. Ms. Robbins applying with permission of the defendant to do so. Is that correct, sir?
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, I am ready to proceed. I have one witness.
I'm ready as well, Judge.
Call you witness.
At this time, people would call Ms. Autumn McCleary, spelled AUTUMNMCCLARY.
Please get ready. We have a minute. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Mr. McCleary, what's that you have on your head?
A scarf for,
Yes.
my hair is okay.
Just go ahead. Just remove.
Sorry. First.
You don't need to do that. Just take them. It's okay. I've seen work. Look at my hair.
Oh, it's really.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Can I put water in there?
Can you put water in?
Yes.
Oh man, come on, I'll have all day. Go ahead, take it up. Take the stand.
Oh.
It's okay.
Can I have water?
Sorry. It's not as bad as you think. Well, you're fine. Okay. I'll take this stand up here. Up here. Voice up nice and loud. Speaking to the microphone is to your left. Great.
Thank you. I'm ready.
Okay. Please state your name once again for the record.
My name is Autumn McCleary.
Okay. I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you don't understand anything, I'm going to make sure.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know. All right?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. McCleary, I want to bring your attention to the date of November 13th of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Where were you on that date?
December 13th, I was at 1394 Long Beach Street.
Is that in the city of Detroit, the county of Wayne?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a house?
Yes.
And whose house is that?
Mama Diallo.
Okay, and where did you go there?
I was staying there, off and on.
Okay, and what happened while you were at that house?
While I was at the house, I was assaulted by Mr. Watson.
Okay, and you stated Mr. Brockman. What's Mr. Brockman's first name, if you know?
Ernest.
And how do you know Ernest Brockman?
I know him, we used to work together, at US Marathon.
Okay, and did you do the working relationship?
We had a working relationship which turned, intimate.
Okay, so were you dating?
No, I wouldn't consider it dating.
Okay, all right. Do you see Ernest Brockman in the courtroom here today?
Yes, it's,
Okay, you pointed over here, what is he wearing today?
It's wearing a black and red plaid shirt.
Thank you. Your Honor, please let this record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Ernest Brockman.
So no.
Thank you. All right, so you indicated that Mr. Brockman came over?
Yes, he was in the house.
Oh, he lives there also. Okay. And so were both of you there at the same time on that day?
Yes.
And what happened between yourself and Mr. Brockman?
Mr. Brockman and I were having a conversation, nothing out of the normal. And he, out of nowhere, flew into a rage and then jumped up and assaulted me.
Okay. What room were you in the house?
in the one of the upstairs bedrooms to the right, located on that.
Okay. And when you say he jumped up and assaulted you, could you describe specifically what he did?
He was laying on the bed, I was standing up in the corner, and we were talking. Next thing you know, he started raising his voice, and then he jumped up and he starts hitting me, knocks me down on the bed. He put his knee up on my shoulder, pinned me down, took both hands, and squeezed my squeezed my neck as hard as he could, and was pushing down, like trying to rip my neck, my head from my neck.
Okay, you're saying you felt like he was trying to rip your head from your neck?
John's objection is leave.
Thank you. All right, and was your breathing restricted at that time?
Yes.
All right, and what happened, how long did that go on for?
It possibly went on for, I want to say, 2 minutes, if I could say, right? Because I was able to push back down on the bed and reach and reach and I bit him in his left leg above the knee on the thigh.
Okay, now was that the knee that you said was in your shoulder
right
area?
there on my shoulder, I reached back and bit him as hard as I could.
Okay, and after you bit him as hard as you could, what happened after that?
He fell off for like a second, jumped back on with his knee, this time, and my stomach came down really hard, and took both hands and put them on my neck, still continuing to try to break my neck or choke me, whatever he was trying to accomplish. As I'm telling him, you're killing me, you're gonna kill me and the baby. I was pleading for my life. He continued to squeeze on my neck. Then I started praying out loud. I said, Jehovah, God, please don't let him kill me and the baby. Take his life instead. Speed up his heartbeat, speed up his heartbeat, let him have a heart attack and die. I kept praying this over and over out loud. Mr. Brockman's heartbeat began to race
Judge,
fast.
I'm going to object this to the narrative.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You said you thought he was trying to kill you and the baby. What baby are you speaking?
I thought I might be pregnant at the time.
Okay, were you pregnant?
No.
Okay.
I did a pregnancy test when we got to the hospital and.
All right, so, you indicated that he jumped back on you and had his hands around your neck again.
Yes.
And you started praying.
Yes.
And what happened after that?
His heartbeat started to race. He started to breathe with difficulty, and he literally fell off to the side.
Okay.
Then I got up and I was trying to buy time, so I'm just trying to talk to him, like, you should put your hands on, slowly, and I'm trying to buy time to look at my phone. As soon as I found my phone, I immediately dialed 911. I shouted out the address, which he was about to come to me again. He's in my face. I shouted out that number. They picked up, and that's what stopped him. I shouted out the address and stopped in his tracks. He was on the phone with 911, pushing me against the wall.
Objection is to the
And
narrative.
attacking me still.
Okay, so you indicated you were buying time. Yeah. What were you buying time for?
To find my phone.
Okay, and you found your phone?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you indicated then that you shouted out the address to where you were living?
Yes.
Where both of you were at that
Yes.
time?
Yes.
Okay, and what did Mr. Brockman do?
He was in my face, still yelling at me, still pushing me and stuff. And I was just calling 911. She was trying to take my life. And I said, "You're gonna kill me in front of 911." I said, "They're witnessing everything that happened."
Okay. What happened after that?
So after that, when 911 hung up, he's holding me tight, trying to keep me from leaving. I said, "I do not feel comfortable with your hands on me. Please take your hands off me. I do not feel comfortable." He would, I would call 911 immediately after that. There's four calls altogether to 911 because they hung up. I called back and I said, "Can you please tell me we're here because I've been assaulted." And he would keep, driving me, letting me go. And as I'm on the phone with 911, I'm telling him I need to get my keys and get out of here. He won't. He's blocking the doorway. He won't let me get dressed. He won't give me my keys.
Okay, he's blocking the doorway of what?
Of the room.
Okay, and you were in a bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, is the door closed or?
The door is open, it's just in the doorway.
Okay, and did you tell him that you wanted to leave?
Yes, yes, I said, "Can you give me my keys so I can leave?"
Okay. Okay, you said, please give me my keys so that I can leave.
Yes.
Okay, did you say that one time or?
multiple times, even 911 witnessed it. I asked him for my keys, and then, I said, he's saying, nobody's blocking the doorway, nobody's holding your keys. And I said, are you gonna move out the doorway so I can get my keys? And I was telling 911 who was doing it, so I'm gonna finally move out the doorway. He told me that the keys were downstairs. I go downstairs, and of course, the keys are not downstairs. I called 911 back. I said, he's not letting me, he's not letting me dress, he won't give me my keys. Then he tells 911, I got a key right here. He's telling 911 he wants me to leave, but at the same time, he's not letting me leave.
Let me stop you. You said he's telling 911?
Yes,
Is
because
no,
I called, I have the phone, and he shouted, she's lying, I got a key right here, but he just told 911 that they were just said my keys are downstairs. So I went downstairs, keys are not there, he's holding my keys. So I'm saying, you give me my keys, and the keys on the dress, I can leave. He's blocking the way so I can't be closed. He's holding my keys, so I can't get my keys.
Judge, I'm gonna object to the narrative again, and it's been asked and answered several times.
And what are the keys? What are the keys for?
The keys to my car.
Okay. And what time of day is this?
It was around, I want to say, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And what clothes are you speaking of?
So I wasn't fully dressed. I didn't have anything on me from the waist down.
Okay. So you were waiting for to get your clothes?
Yes.
Where were your clothes, if you know?
I had clothes downstairs and upstairs, but the clothes downstairs were packed, the clothes upstairs were my work clothes, so I could be dressed. Well, I don't think I wasn't gonna go to my other job that day, which I found out that I lost due to him keeping my keys.
Objection, Judge, non-responsive, sustained.
Okay. So, so you're still on the phone with 911?
I just called back again.
Okay, you had called 4 times, you said, is that right? Okay. And you said that Mr. Rockman stated out loud that he had my keys. Okay. What happens after that?
So, I have to call again, because he's still not giving me my keys. I'm still unable to be dressed. He's heated and he's yelling. I don't want to be anywhere near. Finally, the cops knocked on the door. It didn't take long to get the cops knocked on the door to where she confesses out of his mouth. She just needs to be dressed and holding my keys. So I got dressed while the cops had him at the door. And until this point, he still hadn't my keys till officer can please tell me to give me my keys. So this officer took my keys from me.
Okay. And then did you get your keys?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
The officer asked me, did he put his hands on me? I said, yes. Tried to kill me. And then they took me to custody and then they asked me to tell them what happened. So, yeah.
And did you tell the officers at that time what happened?
Yes, I told them what happened.
Okay. And did you seek any medical attention for what happened to you?
Yes, they took me to cyanide race where I was more concerned whether I was pregnant or not because of the severity at which she.
You don't have to object, this is not a choice.
Well, that's another question. Were you treated for anything at the hospital when you went there on that day?
They wanted to give me aspirin, but I did not take the aspirin. I did not want to take it.
Okay. Anything else? No. Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Cross examine.
Yes, sir, thank you. So exactly what time of day or night was this, ma'am?
The incident is around 1 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Yes.
And who was present during this incident?
Myself and Mr. Brockman.
There's nobody else in the house?
Nope.
And who owns that house?
Mama Diallo,
Who is that?
the landlord.
Are you a tenant there?
No.
Were you a guest?
Mr. Brockman was trying to get me to stay there, so I was staying there off and on. I would leave and I would come back under his request.
Okay, so Mr. Brockman was there, correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay, you're his guest?
Yes.
Okay. Had you been drinking that night, ma'am?
Had he been drinking?
Have you been drinking that night?
No.
On any medication?
No.
You said he got into an argument. What was the argument about?
I'm sorry.
You said he got into an argument or had a conversation. What was that conversation?
He was, upset at the fact that he.
I don't want you to tell me what you think he thinks. I want to know what the argument was about.
Oh, he was, arguing about not being able to, it really wasn't an argument, it was a conversation. I can't really confirm it was argument. We were having a conversation, not an argument. He said that, he could not find employment, and I was trying to console.
This is in the upstairs bedroom?
Yes.
And did you, during this scuffle, did you strike Mr. Brockman?
While he was choking me, I touched his eye to let him know I could dig into your eye to get you off me. I touched his nose to let him know I could rip your head sideways to get you off me. I touched his ear to let him know I could pull your ear up to get you off me. But I did not do anything other than that and just trying to move him off me as much as I can with my hands.
Mm-hmm.
There might have been some scratches to prove that, and the bite on his inner thigh should prove also that he had his knee right here on my shoulder, that he was over me.
Did you scratch his face, man?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Did you poke him in the eye?
I touched his eye. I did not poke his eye.
Okay. Definitely bit him in the leg, correct?
Yes, I did.
How many times did you bite him in the leg?
One time on his, that would be his left inner thigh, right above the knee.
You said the police took you to the hospital?
It was a ambulance.
Fire department?
I do not recall what exact ambulance.
Okay. And they released you, correct?
Yes.
They did not admit you into the hospital, correct?
I'm sorry.
You weren't admitted to stay in the hospital?
No.
And the only medication they offered you was an aspirin,
Yes.
which you declined, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you about these keys. Were some of those keys Mr. Brockman's keys on that key ring, man?
He put his keys onto my key ring.
So those would be like the keys to his car, keys to the house, that type of thing?
I don't know what keys he put on my key ring, but it was my keys that he had, and he had a flip ring on his key ring, which he would flip his keys to my keys.
Okay, why was that, if you know?
He's controlling.
Okay. But some of his keys or part of his key ring was on your key ring, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when the police eventually arrive, you're downstairs at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
Where downstairs are you?
I'm downstairs because I heard them knock at the door. I'm downstairs heading toward the door, so that would be living room.
Living room, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Living room? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did it take, you said it didn't take it very long, approximately how long did it take for the police to arrive?
To me, it felt like 3 minutes. It could have been longer. It felt like they came very, very quickly.
The assault occurred upstairs, so correct?
Yes.
Did the police or hospital people, did they take any photographs of you?
No, they did not.
Did they ask to take any photographs?
No, they did not.
Say 1 minute, just a point, sir. No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Can you redirect?
I have nothing to do.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Right. Okay. Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Judge, thank you.
People?
Your Honor, people who to bind over the charge and reserve.
Judge, I think arguably you might have domestic violence. I don't think you saw intent to do great bodily harm unless there were or by strangulation. There's really no evidence of strangulation, no photographs. It's just her testimony to that fact.
Her sworn testimony is evidence.
Court can consider it, but I always suggest there's nothing to corroborate, Judge. There's no photographs, there's no medical records. With respect to that charge, it's clear to me that you might have domestic violence or maybe even aggravated assault, but you don't have the TDAH here to investigate now.
This witness testified very clearly. She answered the questions fully. She didn't change her answers at all. She stated what happened on the date of November 13th of this year, 2023. She indicated that Mr. Brockman became angry, grabbed her, threw her down on the bed, and kind of pinned her down with his knee on her shoulder area, put both of his hands around her neck, and stated something that I've never heard before, that he was putting the kind of pressure on and pulling that she thought he was trying to pull her head off of her body, essentially. She stated that, yes, her breathing was restricted. She was very fearful. She started praying. She didn't want herself or what she thought was her unborn child to die. She stated that she put her head back and then tried to move her head over and was able to bite his, she stated his left inner thigh right above the knee to get him off of her. She stated he did get off, but he jumped back on her. He put his knee hard in her stomach. So Your Honor, her testimony was very clear. Both hands were around her neck. He was freezing. Her breathing was restricted. She called the police. She called 911 several times. The police finally came. She told the police what happened. So Your Honor, I think it's very clear that this is an assault by strangulation and
Okay, the court, after hearing the testimony on the declared, is satisfied that people admit their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this was committed. Ms. McCrary was quite clear and rather graphic in her description of the alleged assault, that she said that she felt the defendant was trying to rip her head off her shoulders. That he pressed her neck so hard with both hands, with all of his force that he could muster. I think you had at least a question, in fact, to be determined by a trial. I appreciate that there's more than corroborated testimony or evidence, but she did go to the hospital, she did call the police, and she did so for a reason. And she acknowledges that she fought back, and she scratched the defendant, that she did the defendant, and all these things. Something was certainly going on there. But given her graphic description of what took place, a rational trial of fact could find that that wasn't the defendant's intent, which is to cause great bodily harm or strangulation as it relates to these charges. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings to the arraignment on the information dated time December 18th, 2023.
Your Honor, I would like to address the issue of bond. The complainant has stated that after the complainant has stated that after his indictment was released, he went to his brother's house, which is right next door to where she was living or where they were living. She didn't say that there was necessarily any contact, but she saw him over there, and he was kind of intimidating her.
Intimidating her.
I believe by looking at making eye contact with her. If you want, I can have her come
I don't know, what's your answer?
Okay, we understood.
I do wish to address mine at the appropriate time.
Go ahead.
So it's my understanding that he's on a tether, first of all, that he resides at the place where the alleged assault took place, because she's no longer there. Tether restricts him from going to that particular house. And I'm asking the court to allow him to go back to the place where he was living. Clearly, she was a guest. She acknowledges that on the record, Judge. So I'm not quite sure about the brother living next door. This is the first I heard of this. So.
So Claire, let me remind you that you're still in the oath, okay?
Yes.
Are you still living at the 13994 Longacre address?
No.
Okay, so you have no issue with him going back there, do you? All right, so give me an order to that effect. That Longacre address, the defendant's brother lived next door to that?
Yes.
All right, but you're not there anymore, so you have no issue with him going to his brother's house either?
No, I do not.
Okay.
But currently my car is there, the landlord was putting some few more of my items in the car, so I have to, go there after there just to move my car.
Okay.
My car is like currently loaded with the rest of my things.
So you don't have any interest in coming in contact with the defendant, do you?
No.
And sir, you don't have any interest in coming in contact with her?
No, you don't.
All right, because you know, if something does happen, she's gonna tell, right? And then somebody's gonna be trying to put you in jail, you don't want that, do you?
No, you don't.
All right. So ma'am, go get your car. Sir, stay away from her. When you see her, go the other way, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So he kept calling me and, he even came by the house in 29, he was supposed to stay away. He came by his brother's house just to intimidate me. His big issue is he did not want me to show up. And also, he was the man, he was calling me while I was on my job. I had to make another phone.
Come to the microphone, come to the podium.
He was calling me at my job, demanding that I put it on video call, asking where I'm at, what am I doing, and
When was
this was the 27th. And from the video call, I did not know what room that was. I thought he was in the house, and I was fearing for my life, so I called 911 when I got back to the house, and I did not go in until 911 checked to make sure that he was not in the house. On the 29th, he continued to use intimidation tactics. He came by his brother's house, that was right next door, and his car was parked right there. I had to call the police again because I did not know if he's in the house or not.
He didn't say anything to you, did he?
No, he did not get a chance to.
He didn't do anything, did he?
No, he did not.
It was just over his brother's house?
Yes.
Now, these phone calls you're talking about, how did he call you?
So from the moment he got arrested, he would call me from prison, which, I had his phone and he wanted me to handle his affairs for him. So I, under the odd circumstances, agreed to call his job or try to, make provisions for him so that he could work at Ford. So I was doing.
So it sounded like he was threatening you or anything, right?
No, not in that, but he was telling me not to go to court, not to go to court, not to go to court, and then he would get heated. He would actually, every time he called me, he would ask me, where am I at? What am I doing? And like with an attitude, and tell me not to go to court, stuff like that. That was every conversation he was doing that, and then every conversation he was trying to change my mind of what happened. So, and not admitting that.
When's the last time you had a conversation?
Oh, the last time I had a conversation with him is, on the 27th, when I had to call the police on that incident, where he was demanding that on a video call and, asking where I'm at, and it looked like he was in the house from the video call. So I didn't want to go in the house, I had to call the police to make sure.
So you did put it on video call?
No, I did not.
How did you know it looked like he was in the house?
Because you can see the other person on video call, you don't have to turn your camera on. So I could
you didn't
see,
turn on yours?
no, I could see that he was in a room and it looked like, it could have been one of the rooms in the house, and I just wanted to be sure because of the way he was talking to me, I didn't want anything to happen. Oh, and he threatened to take my life. One of his brothers was very concerned, and he called me and said it's an emergency. He said, when he sees me, he's gonna call me Bobby Farm and keep talking about what he's gonna do to me, that he's gonna take my life.
When was that?
That's not true.
That happened. His brother Timothy, said this to me, that happened, that was the incident, I believe it was on a, I don't know if it was on a, I have the incident numbers, so, maybe they can pull it up on record, but, I had to make a police report about that too, because I didn't know if he was gonna come by.
So that wasn't said to you, that was said to his brother who conveyed that message.
Yes.
Judge, I can indicate to you that he's on a geographic tether. I don't think he's getting tether violations, and I'm aware of, so I'm not sure how she believes he's in that house.
His car was there, the police probably confirmed, whether or not that was his car or,
So do you have a phone log of these calls that made to you?
Oh, yeah, I
Where's your cell
screenshot and gave them to, the attorneys, like, they. Yeah.
You don't have the actual phone?
I have it in my phone, I can show you right here.
Okay.
Can I bring it up to you?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
These calls are from where?
These calls are from prison,
From the Wayne County Jail?
Yeah, from prison or from his,
Sorry.
call from prison or from his, brother's phone. Well, as you scroll, you see the dates, you'll see the prison calls from the, I guess it will start from 13. 13th is when he was taken to jail, so. It's going all the way down there.
November 13th?
Yeah, from November 13th, and then look all the way up to the 29th. There's a whole bunch of calls from prison and from his brother's phone, his phone from there.
What's the brother's name?
Timothy Brockman is one of the brothers, the other brother is his say, James, or James Brockman.
Say November 13th?
Yeah, from November 13th, you'll see, prison, and then you'll see other calls from, oh, this is November 10th. So, here's the 13th, this is, this is the, so this will be from, this is November 14th, this is brothers, and then there, you see all these calls that are coming. I didn't know all of them, people that made work. Oh, it says prison, anything you see saying prison. Oh, this is prison. And, you see, so this is prison, you know, control, this is everyone saying prison, this is the brothers and I really would like a PPO if possible.
So I don't think the PPO is here. You have to go to the circuit.
So they do want a chance to respond at the appropriate time. Judge, again, he's on a GPS tether. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
what
but
the
the tether
jail
doesn't
call.
do anything as it relates to phone calls.
If there was a death in the family, judge, and he may have relatives may have called in reference to getting his stuff.
Why would he be called from the jail?
No, not him directly. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about his relative.
I'm talking about the phone call she received from the jail.
He's indicating he never called her from the jail.
Before his sister died, before he died.
So let me say this, the worst thing, you can do, the absolute worst thing you can do right now is provide me about me. That's the absolute worst thing, so you've been more. Would you call her from the jail?
Your Honor,
It's a simple yes or no.
my sister had died in the midst of this. I needed my sister's, all her information was in my house, in my bedroom. At the time of this
Is your mom way of
incident,
saying yes, you called her?
at the time of this incident, I had my brother. You said what now?
Did you call her?
No, I didn't. I did not call her.
You didn't call from jail?
No, Your Honor, I did not call from the jail.
Who called her from jail?
I had my brother to contact so that we can give my sister, all my sister's information for her death and everything that I had was in my bedroom. My sister had died 6 days before this incident had happened, but we didn't know about it until I went to jail. So now that I needed to give my sister information, it's in my household and she's there. So the house is under me, I'm leasing the house. Okay, and she was staying there with me. We were in a relationship. And so I needed my brother to go over to the house, to go into my bedroom and retrieve the information that we needed so that we could bury our sister. And this is how the contact came along. It wasn't that I just was disregarding the law, it's just that we trying to find a way to bury my sister. And it was just a rough time on the family, and I'm her a beneficiary. My sister made her a beneficiary, and all the information that I had was all in my bedroom in the book bag. And this is how the interaction came. I did not want to break any violations of that, but I didn't have no other way to contact her but through family. So I needed my family to contact her so that we can retrieve the information that we needed to bury my sister.
So you didn't call her from the Wayne County?
I did not call her per se, I did not.
I called from the Wayne County jail.
I called my brother.
You didn't call her?
I never called her
from the Wayne County jail.
No.
So if I was to pull your jail calls, there would be no call from you to her from the Wayne County jail. I don't know what that means. What you're saying?
It shouldn't be that I can remember, Your Honor. At the time, I was just trying to retrieve what we could do for my sister burial. That was it. And all my information was in my own.
My question is, did you call from the Wayne County jail?
I really can't let that information at this time, because I was going through so much at the time. I really can't.
Because you know those calls are recorded, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you answer that call now?
Yes.
You had a conversation?
Yes.
All right. So I tell you what. I pull those jail calls, there's a conversation with you and this young lady. I'm gonna hold you in contempt of court, I'm gonna put you in jail for 90 days.
Your Honor.
Are you that confident?
Yeah. Your Honor, I made a call because
you know you did,
but it was pertaining my sister's. I needed.
Didn't I tell you that lying to me would not be a good idea?
I'm not trying to lie to anybody, Your Honor.
Because I asked you point blank, did you call her? I didn't ask you what's your reason for it. And you think, in your mind, you think you have a legitimate reason for calling. I asked you if you called her. It was that plain and simple of a question. I'm sure it was. And I asked you not to lie to me, and you lied to me anyway. Putting your attorney in a very difficult position. And what am I supposed to do now? You violated the court's order and contacted me, number one. Then I asked you not to lie to me, then you lied to me anyway. What would you do in my position? Honestly. Let's hear it, Judge Brockman.
Your Honor,
Be honest.
If I was contempt of court, then I would be responsible.
Okay, what does that entail? What would you do?
I just. Rules are rules. You have to follow the rules.
I like that answer.
And break it, there would be consequences.
I like that answer too. So what would your consequences be?
Whatever the punishment may be.
Judge, if I may, I mentioned the court to warn him, Judge, by the witness's own acknowledgement, it wasn't a threatening phone call. There were some extenuating circumstances surrounding the affair. He's not going to, no, he's not going to have any contact.
It may not have been threatening phone calls, but there were phone calls telling her not to come to court, which I have an issue with as well.
That was not my client.
What was your client?
He didn't indicate that he called her and told her.
Okay, let's not make matters worse. Because I thought she did say he told her, encouraged her not to.
Oh, I apologize. I thought she was talking about the brother she had a conversation.
Well, that happened as well. You're no longer in the house. You're going back over there to get your car. You have no reason to come in contact with each other, right? You haven't received any phone calls since November 17th, 14th? 27th.
Yes.
You called her on the 27th?
He called me from the time that every single day.
So it was about the sister?
No, the sister didn't, we didn't even know she passed away, so he called me from prison, not to change the sister, which is concerned not me not going to court. I wasn't even going to go to court, but the fact that he started threatening me and intimidating me, I feared for my life, that made me, I wasn't even comfortable. I told him I'm on court. So what was the point of keep calling and then I come here, harassing my job and coming by the house trying to threaten me and telling the brother constantly came in my life so much that he would call me and tell me that I should watch out for certain things, bodily harm, and he thought I was going to end my life.
So, sir, you're really forcing my hand to do something.
Your Honor, Your Honor,
go ahead.
This is not true that what she's saying, Your Honor. The last time we talked, it was to get the information that I needed for my sister. I needed my book bag. I never threatened Ms. McLaren. I never been over to the house. I'm on a GPS tether. The tether company never seen me break a violation since I've been on this tether.
Nobody said that you came over there.
I
The
never.
problem is you've been calling.
She said that I was.
You know what I mean by no contact, don't you?
Your Honor.
Do you know what I mean by no contact?
Yes, Your Honor.
But you contacted her anyway.
Your Honor, I have, because I'm trying to, my sister had made me the beneficiary. All her sons and everybody's coming from Ohio. Can't nobody get anything did until I had to get in touch with the insurance company and, you know, things of the barrier. The family is going through a lot of stress, not only due to the loss of my sister, but through the great deal of this situation with me and Ms. McCoy. I have not threatened this young lady. I have not called her in any other way. I have not been at this house, at my home, since I left this house. I am on telegraphic GPS. These people know that I never ever was in the boundary, nowhere near this home.
Was he still in jail when this threat was made to you?
I'm sorry, the threats he made, he was out on television when he started threatening, which made me even more unfair.
I'm talking about threats that he made directly to you. Did he ever directly threaten you?
Just he talking to Freddie about where you at.
Oh, so he didn't
put on
threaten.
video calls, stuff like that.
He didn't say, I'm going to do this, that, or the other two.
He did not. He did not, but we sent it to the brother.
And Judge, if I may, she did indicate to me that, yes, there was an issue with the sister's death, and she did turn over everything to the brother.
Yes, we turned over, and he still continued to call me after he got all the stuff. He still continued to call me, and that's when he started making racist things and to the brother and stuff like that. So much that he was so important enough to call me, despite whatever ramifications it might have to me.
What are you asking the court, Mr.?
Your Honor, I'm asking that, that he be remitted at this time. He has continually disregarded the court's order for contact. The testimony was that he has called her just about every day when he was in custody. So he is not being honest. When forced to be honest, he is only focusing on saying it was all because of my sister's death, and that's all it was. Her testimony was, no, it started right away. Then the sister's death happened, she turned over everything, and he continued to call after that. So I don't think that he has any intention to follow court orders as it relates to contact with the
Judge, his contact is ceased. Her version.
Contact is ceased for what, 5 days?
And he is on the tether, Judge. Her version's changed a little bit as
Not
the court's
even 5
questioned her.
So we have 5 days?
Your Honor, her version's changed a couple times over the course of the court questioning her. The court clarifies.
No, she's been pretty consistent.
And
she's been honest. And she could very well say, yes, he's ready, he got out.
I appreciate that, Judge.
But that's not what she said.
And he didn't, Judge. And I asked that you give him a chance to understand no context, no contact. That they're no longer residing under the same roof. I don't think there's gonna be any further issues at this point going forward. He knows what's gonna happen.
I'm sorry, I would like something to be done. Keep him out of the.
Well, I kind of feel her on that about the can't be trusted, because I couldn't tell him or convince him to tell me the truth at the time. By his own words, he said there's consequences for his actions. Yes.
Yes, I just, I'm being honest with you, I'm totally being honest with you. I only just contacted through family, not me, through family.
We've already established the things that are from the county jail as well.
To get the thing, because when I couldn't get in contact with my family, I'm trying to get the things that I needed for my sister. Your Honor, that's.
Has the sister been married?
No, we got her burial coming up.
When is the funeral?
December.
Saturday?
Yeah.
Saturday.
19th, I believe, it's Saturday.
All right, so tell you what, I'm not gonna put you in jail so that you can continue your sister's funeral. But if there's any other contact whatsoever, I personally will see to it that you not get out of it. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
No contact, and you see that anytime you contact her, she's going to tell. You're not stupid, are you?
No, Your Honor.
So quit contacting her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Period. By way of you or any other person, for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If he contacts you any form or fashion, by way of you, contacting you by text message, any social media, voicemail, anything, you let Ms. Drain know, you let the prosecutor's office know, and you file a police report. You know exactly what to do, don't you? I trust we won't have to have this discussion again, sir. And I'm doing you a favor. Because if I was to put you in right now, you wouldn't make your sister's funeral. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Violence continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, I'm sorry.
Yes.
He just wants to make sure he can go back to Long Acre, back to his house.
Yes,
We'll get it right.
no, she's not there anymore.
No, he's not like that. And it's real nice. Not there. No. Says he has tip. Nope. He's not even, no record, no record.
Yes, Ms. Casta.
Judge, we can waive Mr. Epps' present. My intention was to refer him for competency.
Oh, okay, let's do it then.
Call in case number 230599600 for state of Michigan versus Keelan Alex. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons, felony, firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedoruk for the people, P76177.
Good morning, Your Honor. Caster from Neighborhood Service of Detroit, appearing on behalf of Mr. John F. Number 80549. Your Honor, I would ask for to waive his appearance for court here.
Okay, your voice is kind of choppy. You're not coming through clear. But you said you'll waive his appearance. What's your P number again?
80549.
For the way the defendant's present, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I had an opportunity to go and visit with Mr. Epps in person at the jail. After my jail visit with him, I do have a concern in regards to his competency as well as his mental health. So at this time, Judge, I think best to refer Mr. Epps for a competency evaluation.
All right, we'll refer the defendant for competency evaluations to the Forensic Center for competency evaluation. We'll set a review date for March 11th, 2024 at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Mr. Nguyen,
Yes, sir.
thank you so much for your patience. How you doing today?
I'm great.
What do you have?
I have a Montgomery. Yeah.
Okay, let's do Montgomery. Article on Kill 4.
Yeah.
We're going Montgomery.
Oh.
Montgomery's not here. Oh. Montgomery's not here? No. He's on bond?
That's the NPC.
Oh. Oh, okay, so we need to adjourn. One of us, please. Calling case 21621-171, people of the state of Michigan versus Walter Deshawn Montgomery. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to murder, count 2 felony firearm, second offense notice, count 3 assault with intent to murder, count 4 felony firearm, second offense notice, count 5 assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 6 felony firearm, second offense notice, count 7 assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 8 felony firearm, second offense notice, count 9 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon, count 10 felony firearm, second offense notice, count 11 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 12 felony firearm, second offense notice, count 13 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 14 felony firearm, second offense notice, count 15 domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender for offense notice. Carries to the record.
Good morning, Your Honor, Shelley Green for the people, number 60249.
And good morning, I'm Luther Glenn P. 38683, appearing on behalf of Mr. Montgomery.
All right, and Mr. Montgomery, I understand, is a resident of the Michigan Department of Corrections, and for whatever reason was not written out to be here. That being the case, it's necessary to adjourn this preliminary examination. And I think we need at least 2 weeks to get that rid of. In 2 weeks, this court is not going to be here. So have a choice. I will leave it up to you, Mr. Glenn. Given that it sounds like the defendant isn't going to be going anywhere anyway, I can put this over to the first of the year, or I can schedule it in 2 weeks. And then be before another judge, who I don't know.
First of the year is good.
Okay. How about January 8th?
That's good, Your Honor.
Okay. January 8th at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mario McDay. Calling case 2359959, people of the state of Michigan versus Mario McDay. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, thus to murder by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Cases for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Denise Tucker, PA 5402 on behalf of Mr. McDay.
And where is Mr. McDay?
Well, Your Honor, 20 minutes ago, he said he was on his way.
Did you speak with him and he said he's on his way?
Yes, sir. He said he was 15 minutes out.
So I give witnesses time to get here. I'll give the defendant time to get here as well.
Okay.
What do you call it? Let me know when you're ready. Is Mr. Diallo here on John Cole? No, guy.
What was that, John?
Mr. Diallo for John Cole?
Not yet, John.
We have here at the table. Is that Ms. Walrat?
Yes.
Can't tell with mask. No. Marquita Kilgore?
Yes.
Calling case 2359991, for the state of Michigan versus Marquita Marie Kilgore. Defendant charged in count 1, assault with the name of weapon. Count 2, felony firearm. Count 3, domestic violence. Appearance of the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Veronica Walrat with NES, P85665 on behalf of Ms. Kilgore, who's deciding.
Tell me your name for the record. Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
I'm not able to proceed at this time, Your Honor. The complaining witness is Mr. Bernard Thomas. He was notified of the date and time. He is not present and I cannot proceed without his testimony today.
And defense would move to dismiss.
So ordered. Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need to dismiss the order. All right.
Oh, Your Honor, my apologies. I did not realize the previous copies were here, so give me just 1 second. Pull that up.
Sir, how can I help you?
Me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm here for 11 o'clock exam.
Go here for 11 o'clock.
Faster.
It's on APA.
Sorry.
He's APA.
Have anybody here on good look?
Yeah, you're in charge.
Oh, okay. Have witnesses?
No.
Okay. All right. Is Mr. Raj here? I haven't seen, not yet.
This is for large client. Is it going? She got witnesses. Cause she had a car trouble. She's on the phone, told me to hold on.
Hold tight. Your Honor, you want me to have him brought up anyway? Mr. Raj Klein, he's downstairs.
Yes.
You want me to do?
Mr. Raj?
Good morning, Your Honor.
So you don't look like you're in a car to me.
Your Honor, I'm about to borrow a car. I got into a bad car accident, so my car is no longer functional, and somebody from the office at DS just allowed me to use their car. So I am about to head over, but I was just calling.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. People, are you ready on this one?
I'm ready for the court to call.
Calling case 2359936, People of State of Michigan versus Raphael Devontae Valentine Goodlow.
They're on his way.
Defendant is charged in count 1 domestic violence, third offense numbers. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shall we for the people, team number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Sahar Faraj appearing on behalf of Mr. Goodlow, P number 85175.
Mr. Goodlow is in custody. We're bringing him up from lockup now. There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed, people?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Vanessa Nichols. She was notified of today's date and time before the hearing, and she is not present. I cannot proceed without the testimony today.
Mr. Raj, are you waiving your client's appearance for purposes of this?
Your Honor, for the purposes of this, we'd ask that the court waive my client's presence, and we ask that this court dismiss.
Coming out
Mr.
now.
Goodlow. Step over this way.
Mr. Goodlow, we just called your case, sir. The prosecution tells me that the complaining witness is still to appear, and your attorney has asked the court to dismiss this matter without prejudice. Isn't that right, Mr. Raj?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, the court is going to dismiss this matter without prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Goodlow, you should be released today. Thank you, Your Honor, for accommodating. I apologize.
All right, no problem.
Have a blessed day, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'll call him. Come right back. You're all set. Yes.
Did you have a witness on hold?
No, Judge.
Mr. Gallo is about to come in. Is Hope in custody or is he not?
He's in custody.
Are you bringing him up to? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're waiting on them to bring Mr. Hogue out, Ms. Diallo.
Thank you. Good morning to you and your staff.
Good morning. Busy day, huh?
Yeah, it's been a time. You know, I've been in federal trial.
You're having a lot of fun.
Oh, that's what we call that. I'm so glad you told me.
I've never done one of those before.
What did you say?
I've never done one of those before, a federal trial.
Oh.
For cases, they were civil though.
Well, just let me say this. If you can try a case down there, you can try a case anywhere. And that would be the Third Circuit Court, 36th District.
You want to give us a whole.
Did you want to waive his presence?
He's not here? Yeah, we could waive his presence. I've spoken with him.
It's time to bring him up, that's all.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, I like to keep things rolling.
I know, no waiting in aisle 3 or aisle 224.
234. Calling case 2359811, people of the state of Michigan versus John Lewis Hogue. Defendants charged in count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 2, felon firearms, second offense notice. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green to the people, P number 60249.
Judge, good morning to you and your staff, Lillian Diallo, P52036, on behalf of Mr. Hogue. And if he's not physically present, I will waive his presence for this dismissal.
Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I'm sorry, court will waive the defendant's presence. Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed, people?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is Lalana Gaines. She was notified of today's date and time. She is not present. I cannot proceed without testimony today.
At this time, defense is ready to proceed. We would make a motion to dismiss this matter without prejudice.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Thank you, Ms. Diallo.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Take care. Be safe. Bye-bye.
Does it feel like you're going to have witnesses on that? Does it look like you're going to have witnesses on evidence? No.
We're ready on the day.
On who?
Good day.
I thought I called that already.
No. You did, but you, he wasn't here yet, so.
Oh, he's here now.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mario McDay. Recalling case 2359959, people of the state of Michigan versus Mario McDay. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to grave bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green to the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tamika Tucker, PA 5402, on behalf of Demario McGay.
Can't hear you, sir.
Tomorrow.
Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is Ms. J. Dunn. She was notified of today's date and time. She is not present, and I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Your Honor, we move for dismissal without prejudice.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Will you do a dismissal order?
Yes, Your Honor. I think I took it to, you know, your
All right, so thank you.
So we can get that just.
Let's get Isaiah Evans out of the way. Mr. Glenn, you ready on evidence? Calling case 2359995, people state of Michigan versus Isaiah David Evans. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 felony firearm, count 3 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 4 domestic violence. Answers for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Luther Glenn P 38683 appearing for the evidence, Mr. Evans, who, to my understanding, is not here.
Mr. Evans isn't here. Where is he? Is he en route?
I would have told you, Steve, but he knew about today's hearing.
Sure. Anybody see Miss O'Meara?
She's on the side.
Okay, you can have her step in. Hey, Kate.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Are you ready on March 1 yet? Or praying?
She's not here yet. I don't know if she tried to Zoom. She was having a hard time finding a babysitter. She had to be here in person. I just texted her at 11:06 asking if she's almost here. Good stuff on the credit call. Went directly to voicemail. It went directly to voicemail.
I'll give it 3 more minutes. Less than 15.
Thank you.
Who was that, Mr. Glenn?
Ms. Evans.
Okay. Recalling 2359995, people of State of Michigan versus Isaiah David Evans. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 felony firearm, count 3 assault with intent to great bodily harm, lesser murder by strangulation, count 4 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, I'm Luther Glenn, P386833, represents stands to my right.
Tell me your name, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Isaiah Evans.
You're late, Mr. Evans.
I apologize. I thought it was at 11:15.
Yeah, it's 11:17 right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Oh, you good. That's fine. I thought it was earlier today. Anyways, there's a date and time set for exam. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Dominique Bryant. She was notified of today's date and time for the hearing. She is not present and I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Who dismiss?
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
And Ms. Orcrain, this one, please.
Yes.
She's here, Miss.
Oh, great.
Come on in, ma'am. On case 2359956, people of State of Michigan versus Martoinette or Crane. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain O'Meara, P53823 on behalf of Ms. Lord Crane.
Tell me your name for the record.
Martoinette.
Today's the date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Mr. Nicholas Lockett. He was notified of today's date and time for the hearing. He is not present and I cannot proceed without his testimony today.
We're asking for a dismissal, Your Honor.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We have parties here on Bassett. No people are here. You see defense counsel?
Yeah, Mr. Satan's in the hallway. He's out there, but Mr. Bassett isn't here. Mr. Bassett is not. Oh, yes. I got him right up here.
Okay, we can call that case then. Mr. Glenn, you have one more with me.
Yes, I do.
Luther Glenn Day. Scott. What's the status on Scott, folks? You have complaints on Scott? Okay, let's do that real quick.
I'm gonna be, I have to call him up. He's out in the lockup.
Okay. No. Did you do the dismissal yet?
Oh, I thought she was doing, I was watching you do one and I thought that was fine.
Okay. No. How many witnesses do you have on that?
There are a number of stipulations and maybe one witness, but possibly have to hold in part. My OIC isn't here.
What you need with the OIC? To the statement or something?
What's that?
Your OIC to the statement or something?
It just depends. Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, you're right. He took a statement. It just depends on how everything goes. But I think we can proceed without them.
What's your schedule looking like, Mr. Lynn? Do I need to get you out of here as soon as possible, or can you wait till I do this exam? Okay. Then we'll do Scott. And that's that. Scott? No, we'll do Bassett. So,
No, I don't have
so what? I was coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hi.
Okay, so we're ready on that, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, yes.
I do. Okay, great.
Bassett.
Next to your attorney.
Calling case 2359979, people of the state of Michigan versus Keith Decorian Bassett. Defendant is charged in count 130 with stop at scene of accident when it resulted in death. Count 2, operating license suspended, revoked, denied cause of death. Defendant has a additional second offense appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Lockwood for the people.
Stand please, the Senator of Court, Calvin Salen, on behalf of Mr. Bassett, who stands to my left. Mr. Bassett, please identify yourself for this record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Bassett.
Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
We are, Your Honor.
How many witnesses for the people?
Just one, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters before you call your witnesses?
Yes, a number of stipulations. Mr. Scanlon has agreed. The parties would stipulate to the admission of the medical examiner's report.
So stipulated, Mr. Salmon?
It is, Your Honor.
And admitted?
And the identification of Yvonne Johnson as the decedent.
So stipulated?
Yes, sir.
And the person in the video as well.
Court receives those stipulations. And people's exhibit, medical examiner, is that going to be people's exhibit 1?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. That's gonna be number 2.
All right.
Number 1 is the video from the incident. Mr. Towns also agreed that Sergeant Ford will not have to testify as to obtaining the video from 12140 Meringue in the city of Detroit.
So stipulated?
That is correct, Your
All right. Court receives that stipulation.
That would be people's exhibit number 1, and that's from August 28, 2003. The date of the incident.
2023?
Yes.
Okay.
And then also I have a certified medical or certified record of driving record for the defendant, which I believe would come in under the business record exception. Hearsay rule and self-authenticating under 9024.
Any objection, Mr. Salmon?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted?
That's people's exhibit number 3. And I think that's all the preliminary matters. Can I read a little bit more from the medical examiner's report?
Please do.
So report number is 23-11159. The date on the report 9/10/23. The author is Dr. Omar Reyes, Rayes, the interim deputy chief medical examiner. The decedent was identified by Monique Johnson, which is the daughter of Yvonne Johnson, Yvonne, is the decedent on the medical examiner's report. And as the person in the video. And the cause of death was multiple injuries. The manner of death was accident. And with that, I think we're ready to proceed with the officer, Sergeant Todd.
All right. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat. This box next to me. You have her name, right? Okay. Maybe get me ready.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you state your name and spell it for the record?
Johanna Todd, JOHANNATOD,
And where do you work?
Detroit Police Department,
How long have you worked there?
15 years.
Were you working back on August 23rd, 2023?
Yes,
In what capacity do you work for Detroit Police?
I'm a sergeant with Fatal Squad.
What do you do for Fatal Squad?
Fatal Squad investigates fatal and critical injuries from motor vehicle accidents.
And is that the capacity that you were working in August this
Yes.
year? Was there an investigation involving an accident on August 23rd, 2023?
Yes,
And was that in the area of? Rang and Lang in the city of Detroit County, Wayne?
yes,
Did you make that scene?
no.
And what was your role in the investigation?
To assist with the follow-up investigation.
What did you do to follow up on the investigation?
I went to an address on Peterson. I have to refer to the report for the exact address.
First of all, why did you go there?
I was informed by the officer in charge of the case, log for a follow-up to locate the suspect.
Yeah, you did strike the vehicle.
Correct. So, are you aware of any video on this incident?
Yes,
Did you watch the video?
I remember watching a couple videos, but I don't remember exactly which ones.
Okay, if I played it for you, would you remember it?
Yes.
Judge, may I play?
Man.
Is there a player that I can put up your screen? Or just want me to
Yeah,
show?
you have to zoom in and I make you a co-host and then you share your screen. Okay.
Okay, on this video. Deposit 12:15 into the deal. Sergeant Todd, do you remember that video?
Yes.
Um, so the investigation led you to this house. Did you meet with anybody at that house?
Yes.
Do you know who you met with at the house?
Someone that identified himself as Mr. Bassett.
Did you see Mr. Bassett here today?
Thank you.
And can you identify him?
He's sitting with the fence people wearing the green.
Okay, for the record, Judge, she has identified the defendant.
So no.
And is that the same person you talked to? I think?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of vehicle he was driving?
It was Chevy Cavalier.
And do you remember the color?
Blue.
And did you see it at the house that day?
It was parked in the background.
Was there any damage on the vehicle?
Yes, there was damage to the windshield and then in front, the A pillar that comes down on the windshield.
Okay, and was that straight? Did you talk to Mr. Bassett?
Yes.
And what did Mr. Bassett inform you of anything?
Your Honor, just for purposes of exam, I'm not going to raise any issues.
Okay, so the court makes a finding that the statement was knowingly and voluntarily given.
Thank you. Were you wearing body cam video later?
Yes.
And did you have that on?
I did.
So that was recorded?
Yes.
Was Mr. Bassett under arrest at the time that you talked to him?
No.
And what types of questions were you asking at that time?
The question I asked him was, did you work at Family Dollar? Yes, he worked at Family Dollar.
So why did you ask him if you work at Family Dollar?
That was at the time of the question, when we were in the backyard.
Okay. And now what led you to that house?
There was a lead to facial recognition.
And was that lead to Mr. Bassett?
Yes.
Did you see that facial recognition yourself?
I don't remember seeing it myself.
Okay. So while you were talking to Mr. Bassett, did he tell you anything about the incident?
We leaving work and struck somebody and went home.
Okay. And did he inform you whether or not he came back to the scene?
No.
No, he didn't.
He didn't inform me that he came back to the scene. No. Did you do anything else at the house that day? We recovered the Chevy Avalanche from the backyard, placed it on evidence.
And do you recall the evidence tag?
I don't remember that tag number.
Okay. Did you write a report?
I don't remember if I did or if Sergeant did.
Okay, and if you did, would you remember what it looks like?
Yes.
And approach it? Remember? This appear to be your report that you wrote?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall now the address that you were at?
7498 Beaver.
And did Mr. Bassett tell you that he was driving that Chevy Avalanche on August 28, 2023?
Yes.
At approximately 10 p.m., 10:15 p.m.?
Yes.
And in that area of Rang and Lane?
Yes.
And he told you that he knew that he did something, correct?
I believe so. He was very upset.
How do you know he was very upset?
He was crying.
Did you inform him that he hit a person?
Yes,
And did you inform him of the person's condition at the time?
yes.
What was that person's condition?
That person was still alive at the time.
Do you remember that person's name?
I don't know his name.
And do you know ultimately what happened to that person?
The victim did pass away.
Judge, if I could just play the video now. You may. Okay. I skipped ahead. What I said. 12:15 into the video, and it's gonna take a few minutes. We'll just see the block fairly slow. So. So we're at 12:51 now. Pause it there at 13:35. Sergeant Todd, did you see the video there?
Yes,
And did you recognize the vehicle that seemed to have struck the person walking across the street there?
yes,
And did that appear to be the same vehicle you saw in the yard with Mr. Bassett?
yes,
And that's at that G1 address?
yes.
Just a minute. Sergeant Todd, did Mr. Bassett say he was the individual driving the vehicle?
That night, yes.
And are you aware of Mr. Bassett's driver's license status at that time?
I believe it was not valid.
Was there anything covering the vehicle?
There was a car
All the way over the vehicle?
just across the hood. Seeing it, a battery sitting on the car.
Was there any damage to any other part of the vehicle?
The front quarter, I'm sorry, the drive passenger side, front quarter panel.
And would that be consistent with what we see in the video, the previous truck?
Yes.
Cross examine.
Sergeant Todd, you were equipped with the body video, is that correct?
Yes.
And that body video actually recorded the questions and answers that were proposed to receive.
Yes.
To receive from Mr. Bassett, is that correct?
Yes.
And so what you testified to today is just what you believe. You said for memory, but those are not his exact words, would that be a fair statement?
I would have to review the video.
Okay, so you're just summarizing what you believe he said. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, nothing to review.
You can redirect.
Have you watched the body cam video?
Not recently.
at all?
Back then, when I first reported, to make sure it was functional and it was working.
Do you recall what's functional? and working?
Yes.
Is there anything that stood out about it, video?
His
In your
statements.
memory? Nothing further.
No reproach.
Thank you. You may stay.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses for the people?
No.
Any witnesses for the defendant, Mr. Chairman?
No, you're.
Due to stipulation, I think Mr. Allen, we're making this fairly straightforward. You've got the defendant's driver record. Second from last page, I believe, is where it shows it's suspended on the date of August 23rd, 2023. Either last page or the second from last page. Medical examiner's report, identification of the victim on Johnson, and the stipulation of the video, which you saw, Chevy Avalanche hit Miss Johnson while she was trying to cross the street. I believe that this is a question of fact for a jury, as to whether or not Mr. Bassett caused the death of Miss Johnson. As far as, you know, his driver's license was suspended at the time. He was operating that vehicle for Sergeant Todd. I elected not to play that body cam video because it was loud crickets. It's hard to hear anything in that video. But I have provided all that defense counsel. The medical examiner's report identifies Miss Johnson. She was identified by her daughter. She's the person in that video. And all that was stipulated too. It's pretty clear from Sergeant Todd's testimony that Mr. Bassett left the scene of the accident and did not return at any time. If you were to watch the video further, you would see hardly anybody actually returned or tries to help Ms. Johnson while she was in the street. One individual did, but it was not Mr. Bassett. So Judge, we ask that you find over on his charge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Ms. Smith, there's very serious questions of fact as to whether my client actually knew to instruct the individual in the late 48 hours. That will be brought up at the circuit court when we play the full video and have other evidence. But at this stage, I believe that it is sufficient.
All right. The court is also satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as related to the charges contained in the claim on. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this in the defendant. The defendant will be bound over to Lane County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. I notice that the defendant has a personal bond last week because
There's also on probation, Your Honor. I believe he also is supposed to have a personal bond of that matter. That was going to be my inquiry to this court, make sure that he's on a personal tether bond on both matters. We have one of the paperwork shows that he has a personal bond.
so he violated this tether. That's why. Yes.
On the person, on the other matter, Your Honor, he has a personal tether bond. I have the paperwork right here. That case being 19-00-393-501 FH.
What is the date on?
And the date on that is December 1st. Next court date, December 20th. Would the court like to see the paperwork?
No, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not understanding why he's still there. He's on a tether.
He should be on a tether. I don't know why.
Tether and personal bond with me as well. So far, I think it's just a personal bond. Maybe they're waiting on the tether.
More likely not, yes. It's been my experience, Jeff, probably, especially with the holidays.
He's on the tether house arrest. So, I guess he has to sit tight until that tether is available. In the event, because he's in custody, the court is going to give him the earlier arraignment date, which is December 11, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Aaron. Have a good day. That's
Hey, Mr. Graham, here we go.
my pleasure, Steve.
Marvin Scott Jr.
Mr. Bassett. I think.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you'll see, it's supposed to be in the top before. Have a good day.
Ready on that one?
Yes, we're ready on Mr. Scott.
Scott. Scott can come out. Have a seat next to the attorney.
Calling case 2300444, people of the state of Michigan versus Marvin Bernard Scott Jr. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to murder, count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 aggravated domestic violence. Appearances for ready.
I'm not on this one.
Appearance on Scott.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, key number 60249.
And good morning, Elizabeth Glenn, Peace 3868, we're here on behalf of Justice Scott, who stands to my left.
Mr. Scott, tell us your name, sir.
Marvin Bernard Scott Jr.
Today is the date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, I am prepared to proceed.
Okay, call your witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would call Gold Russell.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness my text. What's a nice amount of speakers that might.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name once again for the record.
Nicole Russell Lane.
Ms. Russell Lane, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something or you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Russell Lane, I want to bring your attention back to the date of November 16th of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Where were you on that date?
I was at home,
Where is your home located?
Detroit, Michigan, at 14547 Stahalan.
Okay, and that's Detroit, Michigan, and County Wayne, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And were you there on that date alone, or were you with anyone else?
I was not alone, there's people there with me.
Okay, who was there with you?
My granddaughter, my grandson, and Marvin Scott.
Okay, how old is your granddaughter?
She is 8 months.
How old is your grandson?
10.
Okay, and you said Marvin Scott?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know Marvin Scott?
We were dating.
Okay, and was Marvin Scott living at the house with you or not?
Not at the time of the incident.
Okay, he had lived there previously?
Yes.
When did he stop living?
The Wednesday before the 16th, the date, maybe the 10th, he had been gone for like 8 days.
Okay.
Before the date of the incident, so that would be like the 10th.
Okay.
Of November.
So he had been gone and then he came back?
Yes.
Okay, so did you invite him back or did he just show up?
The first day he just showed up.
Okay.
This was the 15th, he just showed up, maybe 3 times, he just kept showing up.
Okay. How did you feel about that?
I was nervous. And I actually, the night that he showed, after he came back the 3rd time, I like kind of tricked him away from the house. Like I told him I was hungry. It was maybe like 1 in the morning.
Okay.
And so we just like kind of got in the car and rode around. We kind of talked and then we went back to the house. So by this time it's like 2.
Okay. Okay, so that's the 15th.
Well, when it's the 16th actually, because it's after 12.
Okay. All right, got it. Now, Marvin Scott, do you see him in Portland here today?
I do.
For identification purposes for this court, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
He's sitting there at the table wearing a green shirt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, let this record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So
Thank you. All right. So you indicated Marvin Scott was over on the 15th, and what happened?
So he got off work and he came over, changed his clothes, he left. And, you know, I didn't give him keys or anything. We had been talking, so he called me and said he was on the way. I said, okay, I left the side door open. I'm putting, you know, Chloe down. And
Is
it's
that
like,
your granddaughter?
yes.
Okay.
And he said, well, y'all come downstairs with me. I'm about to cook. You know, I'm hungry. I'm about to cook. I said, okay. So me and Clover went down. My grandson was in his room. We kind of sat at the table while he was preparing the food. And then I sat on the sofa as I put her to sleep. So I took her up, once I put her to sleep and came back down. He was finishing cooking up the food. And we were just having, a normal time. I'm like, okay, I'm about to go to sleep. Are you gonna hurry up and eat? And he came after he cut the food off and everything, and he came and sat down on the sofa next to me. We were just like talking normally, like, we gotta slow down and communicate more and just talking. And he just jumped up and was like, no, I'm about to go, I'm leaving.
And what did you think at that point?
I was like, why are you leaving? We were just talking, about getting our stuff together.
Were you arguing or?
No, we were just talking.
Well, then what happens after he says, I'm gonna go?
So he went and he put his shoes on. And then he came back and sat on the sofa like I never moved. So he came and sat back on the sofa. And he's like, I don't know why you're doing this to me. And I'm like, we're not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm like, it's been 8 months. We are still just learning each other. I don't judge you. We're working on things. We just need to talk, And he jumped up again and was like, no, I'm about to go. I'm just about to go. And I said, okay, Marvin. I said, relax, because the grandkids are here. I said, but if you're gonna leave, just make sure you take all your stuff so you don't have to just keep pulling back up over here. Because he still had maybe 3 things in my basement because he was already gone. And so, I never like really looked at him. And I'm like watching the news. And then like I kind of looked back and I seen him standing in the kitchen.
Okay. And let me just ask you, when he was saying those things and you described, what was his demeanor like?
He was a little jumpy and like a little fidgety and like pacing around really fast. Like I said, the first time he jumped up and put on his shoes. And then he came and sat back down. And I think he had on like some pajama pants. I think the next time he got up, I'm not sure if he put his pants on over his pajama pants. I don't remember what he did the second time.
All right. So you stated he went in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after that?
So I like kind of looked and I see him standing, by the stove in the cabinets. I said, okay, he about to eat. He about to fix his food. And I turned back around and I'm looking at the TV.
So when you turned back around, could you clearly see him?
Yes.
All at the same time?
Could I clearly see him when I turned back around?
Yes.
To the television? No.
Okay. So what happened after that?
So I turned back around and I'm looking at the TV and maybe 5 seconds later, I just hear him, bitch, you gonna do this to me? And I turned around.
And who said that?
Marvin.
Okay.
And as I turned around and looked up, he was coming at my neck with the knife.
Okay, so coming at you with a knife around your neck.
From behind.
Okay, did he actually touch your neck with the knife?
Yes.
Were you cut with the knife at that time?
Yes.
Okay. What did you think at that time?
I stood up, I said, Marvin, what are you doing? I'm like, you gonna kill me. He like, yeah, bitch, die. I'm like, Marvin, you're gonna go to jail. My grandkids, these are just the things that I'm remembering that I'm saying. He's like, I don't care, bitch. You gonna die. We gonna die, bitch, die.
Okay. What did he do at that point?
By this time I'm standing up and, it's an L-shaped sectional. So he's still on the back side and I'm on the front side. And so like he's steady swinging a knife at me. Like he stabbed me in my chest. And,
Are you facing each other at
Yes.
this point? Okay.
Yes.
And you said he's still stabbing you?
Yeah.
Where is he stabbing you at?
He stabbed me like after I got up. He stabbed me like in my chest. And then we're steady like walking down, the length of the sofa. And I'm like this blocking and he's like swinging at my face. And I don't know, I'm just blocking and I'm feeling blood just gushing off my body.
You're feeling blood come out of your body?
Yeah.
Are you seeing any blood anywhere?
Yes. I'm seeing blood coming down my forehead.
Okay, what happens next?
And so we get like to the end of the sofa and he's steady swinging a knife and I know I'm blocking and he sliced me on my arm. And he sliced like through my wrist, and at some point I grabbed the knife. And I got the knife away from him, and he like went through the vestibule, like back towards the kitchen.
What did you do at that point?
I went through like the living room, and I seen he was back towards the kitchen. So I ran back like to the vestibule, and so he ran back to the vestibule, and I'm like crying like, no, Marvin, please, like stop, please. And so we did that a little bit, and by the time I seen he was running back to try to get me around the front door, I ran through my living room into my den. It's like a doorway off of the dining room between the living room. I ran through the den to the back door. Once I got to the back door, you know, I'm bleeding, I'm shaking, I'm like, please, door just open. So I got the two locks off the first door, and then by the time I got to the security door, I was taking the lock off, and he came right up behind me. He said, no, bitch, where you going? No, bitch. I was like, no, please. And I went out the door.
Let me stop you 1 second. Where's the knife at this point? If you know.
I have the knife.
Are you holding it?
Yes, I'm like holding it, trying, you know, for him not to take it from me. So I ran out the door.
And when did you run out the door?
I ran out the door to my driveway. Me and my neighbor have attached driveways, and her truck was like right by the door, but as soon as you step into my driveway or her driveway, her floodlight comes on. So I'm screaming, help, he's trying to kill me, help, my grandkids, help. And, you know, she has the ring, and, you know, me and her have been single neighbors, so we always look out for each other. So.
So were you, I'm sorry, so were you doing this to seek help?
Yes.
Okay.
From anybody that heard.
Okay. All right, what happened after that?
So by the time I get like out of my backyard, right by her truck, he came up behind me, and as soon as I knew that I was close to her truck, I took the knife and I threw it under her truck.
And why did you do that?
Because he was trying to take the knife back from me. And so I threw it under the truck, and he like pushed me up against her truck and said, where's that, bitch, where's that? And I'm like, no, please. And then I don't know where he went. I think he went, I'm sure he went back into my home. So I'm like running across my neighbor's yard, and I'm like screaming, help, please, my grandkids, he's trying to kill me.
Were you ever able to get in touch with any neighbors or talk to them?
Yes. After I crossed over my first neighbor's yard, I ran into my next neighbor's backyard, kind of like fell over her little gate to my next neighbor house, and I was like banging on her door. Of course, she didn't open the door. And by the time I seen she wouldn't open the door, I'm like, I have to go back out here, but I didn't know if he was like looking for me. So I kind of peeked my head out, and I see my neighbor standing in the middle of her grass. And so I walked across, you know, the next grass, and she said, he's gone. He got in his car and he pulled off. She said, I called the police. And I said, Ryan, did you do something to my grandkids? I'm like, I gotta go in here.
Okay, and then what did you do after that?
So I went back into the house, and I went upstairs, and I checked on my grandkids. My grandson was still in his room asleep, and my granddaughter was still asleep. And then you know, I was bleeding everywhere, and I like started calling my children to tell them to come. You know, I went back outside. I heard the police coming, and I was calling my children and telling them, you know, to come get the kids.
Okay. So the police arrived?
So the police arrived, and they like kind of had me leaning against my car, and the ambulance arrived. They're like, okay, and I just kept telling them my grandchildren was in the house, and you know, my daughter was on the way. And
okay, so you have been, from what you testified to, you've been stabbing multiple times.
Yes.
Right? And you were bleeding.
Yes.
How were you feeling other than that though?
I was feeling faint. I felt myself draining and going down, and that's when my officer was scared, terrified. So the officer kind of had me to lean on my car, and the EMS came, and I said, I can't leave my grandchildren. So the EMS was kind of checking on me, and then I just felt life leaving my body, and I said, officers, please watch my grandchildren, because I have to go. And they put me in the EMS.
Okay, so they put you in the EMS, and did you go to the hospital at that point?
Yes.
What happened when you went to the hospital?
They put me on the highest amount of oxygen in the EMS, so I was losing oxygen. And I kind of remember when I got in there, they cut the pants off of me because I had on no shirt. They cut the stuff off of me, and they just started giving me medication, pain medicine, and they had me in a trauma, and they was calling all the surgeons, and
Let me ask you, how long were you in the hospital for?
I was in the hospital for maybe 36 to 40 hours.
So other than talking to some doctors and then giving you medication, what treatment, if any, did you receive for your injury?
Well, they had an MET, a face surgeon to come and look at those wounds and sew my face up. And then they had a hand surgeon to come. They didn't have one to actually do the surgery because the surgery needed to be done at that time. So they like stitched me up and had me to go to a surgeon. They stitched my hands and my fingers, my wrists, my arm. And they just really kept me on medication to numb the pain.
All right, now, I am noticing that you do have a cast on your left arm.
Yes.
Okay, and is that because of the injuries that you received from this incident?
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me why you have a cast on that arm?
I have the full cast up to my elbow because my wrist is cut past the cartilage to the bone and through the nerves. So I can't move my wrist, and the ligaments in my fingers were cut in like 3 different places. And so I have pins and buttons and stitches in my wrists. I have them for a while.
All right. Are you going to, will you need further surgery or?
Yes.
Right.
All right, I just handed you something. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It is a picture of my wrist, when I just got this cast put on Thursday. This is a picture of what it looks like after I just got this cast, before I got this cast put on.
All right, and what does that picture show?
It shows my stitches all the way across the top of my wrist, swelling, stitches in my pinky finger from top to bottom, stitches in my middle finger from top to bottom.
Okay, so are some of the injuries on your hands, are they when you grabbed the knife?
I believe the ones from my fingers.
From your fingers? Okay.
Yes.
But there, you indicated that there's something that it shows, injury to your wrist.
Yes.
Okay. How far does that injury go though? Because that's not just a stab.
Yeah, no,
correct?
it goes from the left inter part all the way across, and kind of like some on the top. It's like you kind of like almost chop.
So it's like this, is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
And how did you get that injury specifically?
When I blocked the knife from Marvin was trying to stab me in my face.
That's how you got that injury?
Yes.
Okay, all right. At this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit that, that picture that has been identified by the complaint.
Any objections?
None for exam purposes only.
Admitted?
At this time, I would move to publish that to the court.
Can I see that? Yeah.
Yes. Also, you described that you were stabbed multiple times. Could you please just point on your body where it was that you were stabbed? And could you turn it so that the court can see this one?
Yes. I was stabbed my right chest, my forehead over my left eye. I got cut, sliced across my chin from when he tried to slit my neck. I do have a few of the cuts on my neck. I have a nice slit across my forearm on the left, my wrist, and my fingers. And on my left hand, my thumb, and my middle finger.
All right, thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine?
Good morning. Guess I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
Now, going back to the date of this incident, I believe you had indicated that it had started on what, November 15th, the day before?
The incident, no. The incident started on the 16th.
All right. But Mr. Scott arrived at your house on the 15th, did he not?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that you said that he just appeared.
Yes.
And I believe you said that you had left the side door open for him.
That was on the 16th.
There was a point in time where you said you two got in the car and you were driving around because you said you were hungry.
Yes, that was at maybe 1 a.m., which was the 16th.
Okay. And what time did you get back home?
Maybe around 2:30.
Did you get any food?
Yes.
Any, were you drinking any alcohol or was Scott drinking any alcohol?
Yes. Beer.
Beer?
Yeah, I had a beer that I was drinking, and I actually gave it to him.
How much beer did you drink that night?
Not even enough to where he still had a full beer.
What size container was it?
16 ounces, one of those skinny
16-ounce
metal
cans?
cans. Yeah.
All right. And did Mr. Scott have his own drink at the time as well?
I don't know. I think he may have had a beer in his car, but no, he didn't come in my house with a beer.
And smoking any weed or anything? Like
No,
that?
sir.
All right. I hope, while you were driving around in the car, getting food or because you were hungry, was there any arguments going on in the car?
No argument. We went to like maybe 3 restaurants and we wasn't arguing. We was just kind of talking about the time we had been apart.
And whose car were you in? Your car?
Mr. Scott's car.
And what kind of car were you?
A Pontiac G6.
You had been in that car before?
I had.
And when you got back home, you both went inside, right?
Yes.
And there was a point in time when you said that he was cooking some food, right? When was that?
That was on the 16th.
All right. What time of day?
7:30, 8 o'clock. It could have been a little later. Okay.
Okay, morning or afternoon?
Evening.
Okay. So there came a point in time when Mr. Scott left your house after you went to eat something.
Yes.
All right. What time did he leave here?
I believe he left at, according to my camera, I think he left about 10:30 a.m.
And from the time that he was in your house at 10:30, did he go to sleep or did you go to sleep?
Yes, he went to sleep. After we drove around to the few different Coney Islands, we went back to my house. It was around 2:30. I get up for work at 5 a.m. So I got up for work and, I left out and went to work and left him there.
So, do you remember what time you went to sleep? Was that about 2:30?
Yeah, I don't remember, maybe about 3:30, 3 o'clock.
But you woke up at what, 5:30?
5:15, 5:30, yeah.
And that was to go to work?
Yes,
And you said at that point in time, Mr. Scott was still in your house?
yes,
He was asleep, right?
yes,
Then you left and went to work?
yes.
And how long were you at work before you returned home?
8 hours.
Okay, what time did you get back home?
Get back home at 3:15.
Now, when you got back home at 3:15, was Mrs. Scott in the house then?
No,
Who was in the house then?
my daughter bought my granddaughter and my grandson.
Okay, your daughter, what's her name?
China.
Does she live with you?
No,
So she brought your granddaughter to the house?
yes, I watch her on those days.
And what time did Mr. Scott return to your house back on the 16th?
Between 5:30 and 6.
And so you had been home for a few hours?
Yes.
And do you have any telephone conversations with him in that time, or any texts?
But Mr. Scott, yes.
How many phone calls or texts did you get?
From Mr. Scott that day, I got a phone.
No. That day, in between the time that you got home to the time that he arrived.
Telephone calls, maybe two or three,
Okay.
maybe.
And were there any arguing or disagreements?
None at all, no,
Any hostilities at all?
no. I ran them bath water and everything, no.
Okay. So no signs of anger at that point?
No.
And is that during those phone calls or those contacts, is that when you said you're gonna leave the side door open for him?
No.
When did Mr. Scott get to your home?
He got to my home around 5:30, 6 o'clock
In the evening?
in
Or
the
afternoon?
evening.
All right.
Afternoon, yeah.
Okay. And how did he get in?
I let him in.
Is that through the front door?
Could be the side or the front.
Okay. And when you let him in, who was in your house at that time?
My grandson, my granddaughter.
So your granddaughter, 8 months old, and grandson's 10.
Yes, sir.
And that was it, other than yourself?
Yes.
That was inside. And when Mr. Scott arrived, what type of temperament did he have? Was he angry, agitated?
No, not at all. I had ran him some bath water and he went and took his bath. He said it was his friend's birthday. He was gonna go and see his friend for a minute, but he was gonna cook the food before he left. I said, don't worry about, cooking the food. We okay, we don't need the food. Go ahead and go out.
So he came to your house, pretty much to clean up and then go back out?
Yes,
And you said in fact that you drew bath water for him?
yes,
And he did in fact, take a bath?
yes,
And he got dressed, did he leave after he got cleaned?
yes.
What time did he leave then?
It could have been maybe between 7 and 7:30.
Okay. And did he tell you where he was going?
Yeah, he said he was going to his friend's house. It was his friend's birthday.
How long was he gone before he came back?
Maybe an hour and a half.
And when he came back, what was his disposition like then?
He was like, really, he wanted me to come downstairs and sit there while he cooked. He said, I'm hungry. And I said, okay, he came upstairs. I was actually in the bed, finishing, giving my granddaughter a bath. And he's like, don't come down here with me. I'm about to cook. I'm hungry. So I said, okay. So we went downstairs and, we played around with her as he was cooking.
Okay, what was he cooking?
General Toast chicken. So he had chicken breast, white rice, and broccoli.
Okay, and was he using a knife at that time?
To chop the chicken, yeah.
Okay, now, is this the same knife that you said he was trying to cut you with?
I do not know.
Now, at a point in time, you said that he was in the phone. Let me ask you this. Was there a point in time where the conversation between you and him became became confrontational?
Yeah, after the second time when he got up and said he was leaving, it wasn't really confrontational. I think just the fact that I said, well, if you're gonna leave this time, just make sure you take all your things so you won't have to keep popping up over here. We don't have to go do any of that.
Okay, so when you say, make sure you take all your things, that means he wasn't welcome back?
Right, yes.
Okay, so if he left this time, stay gone. Is that-
Yes, and take all your things so you won't have to come back.
And what was the reaction when you told them?
That's that was like the second time. After the first time he came and sat down, well, after he jumped up and said he was about to go out, we were just having a normal conversation, talking about the months we had been together and how much you actually changed. And then he just jumped up and said he was about to go. And that was when I remember he put on his shoes. And then, you know, I didn't pay it any attention. And he came and sat back down. And he was like, no, I don't know why I don't want to go through this. And you judging me. I'm like, I'm not judging you, Marvin. Like, you know. And then that's when he jumped up. That's the point that he got upset. He was like, I'm just about to go. And that's when I said, if you leave this time, just make sure you take all your things.
Did you tell him that if he didn't take his things, put his things out? Or throw them away?
No.
And getting to the part where you said that Mr. Scott came at you with the knife. I believe you said you were sitting on the sofa at that time?
Yes.
Looking at TV?
Yeah.
And so he was approaching from behind?
Yes, sir.
And before you said that you were cut, you had turned around at looking at him?
As he
was coming toward?
Bringing the knife across my neck.
Okay. And what caused you to turn around?
He started saying something. I heard him say, "Bitch, you going?" And that was what made me turn around.
At any point in time, were you armed with anything?
Nothing at all, no, sir.
Did you swing or try to cut Mr. Scott?
No, sir.
You believe you said you had a laceration or a deep cut on your left arm, or left hand?
On my wrist, yeah, my
On your
left.
wrist? And on your fingers as well?
Yes.
Your face?
Yes.
Where else?
Chest.
Chest.
And my upper forearm on the left.
And all those areas were treated at the hospital?
Yes.
When you ran outside, going towards your neighbor's house, were either one of your neighbors outside at that time?
I can't say. I don't know.
I believe you said you went to your immediate next door neighbor and that person wouldn't come out, so you had to go to the next house.
No, my immediate next door neighbor is where he pushed me against her truck and tried to take the knife from me. I had threw it under her truck. And so yeah, I just crossed over her grass. But she was the one that was out when I came from out the backyard.
Okay, ma'am. Can you redirect?
Nothing for me, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit. Any other witnesses for the people?
I have no further witnesses at this time, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Oh, yeah.
Your Honor, this court is just heard a testimony from the complainant, the full counsel. She indicated to the court that she identified the defendant, Marvin Scott, as the person that she was in a relationship with. She does indicate that on the date of November 16th of this year, 2023, Mr. Scott was over her house. At some point during the evening, she says that he then took a knife, was behind her, put the knife against her neck, and there was an injury. He cut her at her right at her neck. She then gets up and around. They're face to face. He then stabs her in the head kind of lined by her eyebrow area, that area that she pointed out. He then stabbed her several times in the chest area. He then, he's coming at her face still. She puts her arm up like this, and she is sliced around this way, and she identified the picture. Your Honor, based on the amount of stab wounds that she had and the location of the stab wounds that she had, I do believe that that amounts to probable cause for this hearing, and I would ask the court to find over and charge.
With respect to the charge of assault with attempted murder, I think the proofs here don't rise to assault with attempted murder. I believe there are more assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than that's what.
I don't think so, Mr. Glenn. I like this witness's testimony as to how senseless this was in the first place, but secondly, how the injuries that she sustained were all to vital areas of her body, namely her neck, her chest. He was really allegedly trying to do some damage, and he did. He accomplished almost what I think he intended to accomplish, short of killing her. I think a rational trier of fact could find that he assaulted Ms. Russell Lane with the intent to murder her, given the extensive damage that he did with this knife. The court is satisfied that people that their murder and probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be December 11th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bound to continue.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm going to give you your exhibit back.
Here you go, step on this.
First back.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Hi.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Thank you for your patience.
Of course.
Are you ready on Watts sale?
I am.
Mr. Watts.
Calling case 2360056, people of the state of Michigan versus Corey Lamont Watts Hill. Defendant's charged with count one assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count two, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count three, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count four, felony firearms, second offense notice. Count five, felony firearms, second offense notice. Count six, felony firearms, second offense notice. Count seven, domestic violence. Defendant has an official offender fourth offense notice, mandatory 25 years sentence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelby, people, number 60249.
And good morning, Charlotte Birchback from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P number 86740 on behalf of Mr. Watts-El. Mr. Watts-El, could you say your name for the record?
There's date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Judge, I am prepared to see this.
How many witnesses for the people? All right, call your witness.
And the defense would move for sequestration.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. There are no other people in the courtroom that are or would be a witness. Go ahead, Mr. Tran.
Oh, yes, this time of people were called Keisha Smith.
And Judge, just because I know this witness has her mother, I'm not sure would be on YouTube, but if we could ask her to just ensure that please log on to YouTube.
That's cool.
This witness. Just if she told anyone to log on or anything like that.
I've already ordered. You are a witness or potential witness to log off. Please raise your right hand, ma'am. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You got her name down? Okay. Please step forward, have a seat in the witness box right next to me, ma'am. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone that will be to your left. Okay, again, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Keisha Smith.
Ms. Smith, I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you understand anything or want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. Smith, I want to bring your attention back to the date of November 19th of this year. Do you remember that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you on that date?
Home.
And where's your home located?
13142 Manor Street.
Is that the Detroit County Wayne?
Yes.
And does anyone live there at your home?
Yes.
Who is who?
At that time, Mr. Brody Watts, my mother, and my son was back and forth. My house was father's house.
Okay, how old is your son?
8.
Okay. All right, and on this day, who was at the house with you?
Me, my mother, and Mr. Watts.
Okay, and what is Mr. Watts' first name?
Four.
Okay, and what is your relationship with Corey Watts?
We were in a relationship.
Okay, dating relationship?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you see Corey Watts in the courtroom here today?
I do.
For identification purposes for the court, would you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
He's to my right, to your left, he's wearing green, on the yellow.
Thank you. You want to please use this record of glasses for the time to identify the defendant, Corey Watts?
So noted.
Thank you. All right, and did Corey Watts, did he live there with you, or was he just there to visit?
He lived.
He lived there, okay. So what happened between yourself and Corey on that date then?
So earlier through the night, we went out to a mutual friend's birthday celebration, turning 50. We left there, we went to another bar. We got into it in the bar and started asking me questions. He's ready to go. I just out work the pool, so I said, once I get my pool, we can leave. And
So what kind of questions was he?
You know I'm not stupid. I know you sleeping with somebody else, but you wasn't sleeping, discussing. Okay. And then FUC.
So what's his demeanor like?
Just agitated or irritated. And I made the comment, well, I'm gonna start sleeping with somebody else.
And why did you make that comment?
So why?
Yes.
Because I was tired of you saying.
Oh, all right, very good. So what happened next?
So he walked out the bar and he came back in the bar and my food finally came, we left. On the ride home, we was arguing back and forth. We get home, the argument escalated more and more and more until he started throwing blows.
Okay, when you say he started throwing blows, what specifically was he doing?
Punching, hitting, grabbing.
Where was he pushing?
Everywhere.
How many times he was punching you? What happened after that?
He ended up leaving the house and he came back and I heard him coming in. I ran in the bathroom and locked myself in the bathroom.
And why did you do that?
I was scared.
Okay. What happened next?
So he kicked the bathroom door and I'm like, my mom in here on the toilet, she had her clothes on. He came in anyway. And, we had the same exact phone, so we had switched phones in the midst of the scuffle. And I had his phone, he had my phone. So he give me my phone, give me my phone. I'm like, well, actually, both of the phones are mine. They both in my name. I don't want to pay the bill no more, whatever. I'm not gonna pay a bill for a phone in my name. So, just scuffling over the phone. I fell in the bathtub, came out the bathroom. We was constantly back and forth, scuffling. By then, my mom had came out the room like, y'all need to quit, y'all need to stop. And he didn't, and she was begging him pretty much like, stop beating my baby, stop beating my baby.
And is he having physical contact with you at this point also?
Yes.
Okay, and what did this physical contact consist of?
punches.
Where specifically, if you remember?
Hit my head, my face.
Okay. What happened next?
So every time I would try to defend myself and get up and fight back, I kept getting knocked back down to the ground.
Fight forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What happened after that?
So we were still arguing, going back and forth. I'm hollering, I'm screaming. So now we somehow then made it into the living room. He knocked me down again. And then he was holding, we have these floating shelves on the wall in the living room. He was holding on to the floating shelf, like stepping on my neck.
Okay, so are you flat on the ground?
I'm on my back.
You're on the back, you're on your back. Yeah. Okay, and so is he standing up at this point?
Yes.
Okay. You said he was holding onto the shelf?
Like, hold your weight onto something.
Okay, so he's using that to brace his weight. Okay. All right, and you said he put his foot on your neck?
Yeah.
Did he have a, okay, did he have a shoe on or was it just his foot?
He had shoes on, boots.
He had boots on. Okay, and where on your leg? Okay, and was he?
I'm sorry, just for the record, indicating kind of the.
My left side of my neck, right in there.
And also kind of being below her neck where
Like
the chest area.
collarbone.
And was he using a lot of weight and pressure?
Yes.
During that time, was your, how did you physically feel?
I was blacking out and I urinated on myself.
Was your breathing restricted at that time? And so you felt like you were blacking out? And you urinated? Okay. And did you mean to or did you not mean to?
I did not mean to.
Okay. What happened after that?
So I'm like, peeing on myself, and he asked me, "B, are you ready to die?"
Did you respond in any way?
I said, "Yes, kill me so you can get the fuck away from me."
What happened next?
So after he jumped down on my neck a few more times, just say the grace of God, I was able to like twist his foot and he flipped back on the couch and he ran out the house.
Okay.
For the second time.
The second time. Okay. What happened after that?
At the end, my family member that I had called while I was in the bathroom, they had called police and the police came and he pulled back up again. I guess fight some more, face shit off, I don't know. When he seen the police, he parked across the street in the abandoned house. And that's when they arrested.
Okay. So the police came, did you tell the police what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Did you identify him to the police?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the police arrest him at that time?
Yes.
And did you, did they ask you if you needed any medical assistance at that time? Did you receive any medical assistance? Was it that night or later on?
That night. Okay. Well, it was already going into the next day, so it was at 2 o'clock in the morning, so that night / morning.
And was it, did they call EMS for you?
No. I had to find someone that could stay with my mom.
Okay. Did you go to the hospital that night?
Yes.
And what treatment did you receive if any at the hospital?
A CAT scan, my jaw was swollen really big. I just wanted to make sure my jawbone wasn't broken. Check my neck out.
Okay. How long did you stay at the hospital for?
7 hours.
And do you have any injuries that you're still receiving any treatment for? So the assault that you just described, that was basically just with his fist and with his foot, is that correct?
Not
Okay. All right, so you weren't threatened with anything else? Is that right?
Well, he had a gun, but he didn't point it at me or anything.
Okay, he had a gun, how do you know he had a gun?
I've seen
Okay, where did you see it?
on his person.
Okay, and where on this person did you see it? His hand? What was he doing with the gun in his hand?
How,
Where was he holding?
down my right side.
And at what point after the night did he do that?
After, it was either with while, probably before he stood on it.
Oh, you said he never threatened you with a knife? I mean, I'm sorry, with a gun? But okay, but you said while he was standing up, like putting the pressure on your neck, he had the gun?
No.
No, it was before that? Was he holding that gun any of the time that he was hitting you?
I don't think so.
How long did you see him with the gun?
Briefly. Long enough for me to know what it was, identify it.
Have you ever seen him with that gun before? Sorry.
I hear you.
Have you ever seen him with that gun before?
No.
Okay. How long did you see it? Oh, so you saw it in his hand. Did you see it anywhere else on this person?
No, I figured probably was like, when you get off, you know, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. So when he left, he probably.
Objection to
protected
speculation.
himself.
It was what she said after that. She said when he left, he probably, and that's what I objected.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith. My name is Charlotte Hirschback. I'm the attorney for Mr. Waxell. If I ask you a question, you need me to repeat it or ask it in a different way, just let me know, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so you said that you did receive medical attention on this evening, right?
Yes.
What hospital did you go to?
Question.
And how did you get it?
I drove.
And you drove after someone was able to come sit with your mother?
Yeah.
So you found a family member to do that?
Daughter.
You also mentioned a niece who you called.
Yes.
What's that woman's name?
I choose not to say.
Your Honor, I would direct the witness to answer.
Okay.
I feel like that's gonna put her in jail.
It's not going to be. Name, please. And I'm ordering you to give the name.
Latoya
And I'm sorry, I also need the last name.
Smith.
Okay, and you said you called her when you were in the bathroom?
Yes.
And that was the point at which you said Mr. Watsell had left and returned, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you said when you heard him return, that's when you went in the bathroom?
Yes.
And your mom was already in the bathroom?
Yes.
This may be a weird question, but was she already in the bathroom before you went in?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went in, you said you locked the door?
Yes.
And he knocked the door down?
He didn't knock it down, he just kicked it in.
Okay, so when he kicked it in, like, the door was damaged, right?
No. We also, we didn't been locked out of our bathroom before, so it's kind of free, I guess I would say a little bit, so it's easy to get in.
I'm sorry, I missed that word you said. It's kind of what?
Like, the doors already have been damaged prior, so it's easy, if you put force, press it hard enough, you can just open it.
Got it. So just so I understand, when you say you locked it, how do you lock it?
With the lock on the knob.
Okay, so there's like a lock under the knob, you turn it, and then there's like a metal bolt slide into place?
Yes, so.
Okay. And so I guess I'm just trying to understand, if he kicked in the door.
I don't know if I'm not outside with him, so I don't know if he kicked it in his shoulder or just forcefully with his hand, but the door flew open, hit the wall really hard.
Okay, the door wasn't jammed. Again.
No.
You have, your house has rain camera, right?
Yes.
The officers asked you for that ring camera footage?
No.
They didn't ask you for it?
No.
Okay. Do you have that ring camera footage?
No, my camera does not record.
Like it never records?
No, it just shows you like what's going on at that moment.
Okay, and so it'll show you like someone's at the door and you can see them?
Yes.
But that doesn't record?
No.
Okay, so there's no way to access that recording, that's your testimony? I just want to make sure. Is that correct? There's no way to access the recording?
That's correct.
That evening when you were arguing, at any point did you take any videos of this argument with your phone?
No.
Okay, any photographs of yourself or of the argument?
Photographs after the fact, where I was in the house.
Okay, so you took photographs yourself? Okay, have you turned those over to the prosecution?
Yes.
Okay, do you know if the officers ever took any photographs of you?
That night is so late, I can't.
Okay, you don't remember mentioning each other or anything? When the officers arrived, it's fair to say you weren't bleeding at all, right?
My mouth was bleeding.
Okay, so you had like blood on your lips? Say yes, sorry.
Yes.
You weren't bleeding from anywhere else other than your mouth?
No.
When you went to the hospital, you said they did a CAT scan?
Yes.
You didn't need any stitches or anything?
No.
The photographs you took, do they depict any bruising?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So where are there bruises?
My jaw, my neck, and my lip.
Okay, so your eyes weren't bruised at all?
So after the swelling in my jaw went down, my eye probably now was black.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the gun that you mentioned. What did it look like?
I don't know.
What color was it?
Black.
Okay, whole thing was black? Okay, do you remember if it was like a longer barrel, a shorter barrel?
Because I'm on the ground, he's at my feet.
Okay, so you're saying the only time that you saw it was when you were on the ground?
Yes.
And your testimony today is that you never pointed it at you, right?
No.
And you never struck you with it, right?
I'm not sure.
He may have struck you with it?
I'm not sure. I don't know if he hit me with his hand in my face to swell my jaw like that or an object. I'm not sure.
Okay. And to be clear, when the police arrived, the gun is never recovered, right?
I'll shut my door.
Your Honor, I would object to that question.
To her knowledge.
I'm not sure, because when they pulled up, when he pulled back up and they was arresting him, I shut my door and locked my door.
Okay. You yourself, do you have a gun in the home?
No.
Okay, you don't have a gun, no lockbox in your home.
No, I can't.
You said your mom was there when all of this happened, right?
Yes.
Okay, so she would have seen what happened inside the bathroom?
Yes.
And
And,
testifies to what someone else sees.
well, she's standing with her.
That doesn't mean she can see through her eyes.
Okay, she was present during what happened in the bathroom.
Yes.
And,
The police spoke with her that night.
and so police talked to her, and she told them about what happened in the bathroom?
Yes.
Did your mother? I'll retract that. All right, let's talk about the evening a little bit, what had happened before all of this, okay?
It was a great night.
Okay, you said it was somebody's 50th party, right?
It was a great night.
Okay, about what time did you guys go out to be in the evening?
I think the party started at 7, we may have got there between 7 and 8.
Okay. And fair to say you were drinking that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Watsell was not drinking, though, right?
Who told you that?
I'm just asking, was he
Yeah, he
drinking?
was, yes.
What were each of you drinking?
I was drinking what you call a Moscow Mule with tequila, some strawberry syrup, and some ginger beer. And he was drinking cognac.
About how many Moscow mules did you have?
I think so.
2. Okay. Any other drinks at the party?
Maybe one and my sister.
Any other drinks at that party other than those two drinks?
Not for me, no.
And then when you left the party, you said you went to a bar, right?
Yeah.
And did people come with you from the party to the bar?
No.
It was just the two of you.
Yes.
And at that bar, did you guys know anybody else? Yes. You had like friends that were there?
I was their associate.
And you had more drinks at that bar?
Yes.
What did you drink at that bar?
We both had 2 shots.
Shots of what?
I had tequila, he had cognac.
And you said it was at that bar that this whole argument started, right?
Yes.
Sounds like the argument was kind of over infidelity or cheating.
Yes.
Fair to say that you've gotten upset with Mr. Watsell for cheating on you in the past.
In the past, yes. Not this night.
So that night, you weren't talking to him about cheating on you at all.
No.
All right, you're saying he was just kind of saying things to you like he thought you were cheating on him.
Yeah, because prior to this night, we had words yet again. And I said, he jumped off the car and walked home.
That was another night, right?
Mm-hmm. Once I followed him home, I stayed in my car that night. Like, I don't want to go in houses and fight. So I stayed in my car. And ever since that night, I'm not stupid. I know you was with somebody, you slept with somebody.
Okay, you're saying because you stayed in your car that night. And about how long before this incident was that?
Maybe about a month and a half.
All right, so I'm gonna take you what happened once you guys get to the house, okay? So you get to the house and you said in the car, there hasn't been any physical altercation, right? So once you get to the house, you said at some point the argument escalated into physical.
When you say physical, you mean physical to me?
Well, so yeah, let me ask you, would you describe it as the two of you started fighting?
In the car?
No, once you got home, would you describe it as the two of you started fighting?
No.
No, so if you had told the police the two of us started fighting, you wouldn't have said that?
No.
Okay, because it wasn't a fight, right?
No.
All right, so I guess I just want to try to figure out what happened first. So you guys are in the house when anything physical happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And are you saying that he took the first swing at you?
Yes.
Okay, so at no point you didn't lunge out at him or scratch him?
No, so after he took the first swing, your instinct is to defend yourself. I didn't have a fight in me, a win or nothing.
Okay, so you mean you didn't defend yourself at all?
I couldn't, so I failed.
Okay, as soon
I
as you
fell up against the wall, I have a bar in my dining room, fell, knocked everything off the bar in the dining room, fell in the tub, fell in the living room.
About how long were you guys hustling or whatever the physical altercation was? About how long did that happen before you left? The first time?
Maybe about, it felt like maybe 10 minutes.
Okay, and during that 10-minute period, you didn't ever see a gun, right?
No.
And after he left, you don't call the police?
No.
Okay, did you call anyone?
Yes.
That's when you called your niece?
Yes.
And about how long was he gone before you came back? Okay, and did he tell you he was going to get cigarettes? Did he tell you where he was going?
No, that's our thoughts. So we argued a lot. So I'm thinking maybe he's want to cool off, so this wouldn't go further and get heated.
When he came back, then essentially he comes into the bathroom and you're saying he pushes you again.
We were struggling, like tussling over the phone.
Over the phone, yeah, you described that. Okay, so you said it was essentially an accident that you had switched phones.
I guess in the midst of the first tussle, we both dropped our phone. I know mine fell out my hand, and I fell into the bar. So I guess he picked my phone up, I picked his phone. So he was coming back to retrieve his phone, but he took me and my mom's phone.
When he left the second time?
No, we left the first time.
Okay. And so I'm assuming you have the password to his phone?
No.
Okay. So when he left the first time, you just had his phone? So how did you call your niece?
I have my son.
Okay, you had your 8-year-old son's phone? What kind of phone does he have? You said your son was not home then, right? When he came back, did you tell him that your niece was gonna call the police?
No.
You never said to him you're going to jail tonight?
Yes.
You did say that? Okay. And you said that
This
before.
has been, a conversation we've had before. If you ever put your hands on me again, you're going to go to jail or this.
And you know that he has a prior criminal record, right?
Not domestic, no.
But you know that he has prior convictions for other things, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that telling the police that he had a gun would mean he would go to jail, right?
Yes.
You said on both of these, both like physical altercations that happened, you have no idea how many times he hit you. Okay.
I do know, on the second incident, we came back, it was repeated and profusely.
Like when we say repeated and confused, like more than 5 times, right? Did you say more than 20 times? Okay, so somewhere around there, maybe like 18 to 25.
15.
And all of those hits are hitting you in your face and head, so like sides of your head as well. Yes. Sure, I don't have any other questions.
Can you redirect?
I have nothing further to add.
So, ma'am, although you say that you knew that, saying that he had a gun would get him in trouble, that he would go to jail, did he in fact have a gun? You saw it. And you said he had that gun prior to assaulting?
I'm not sure.
At what point did you see the gun?
When he was standing at my feet, right before he slipped.
But he never pointed. My
Right,
question
yes.
is my question.
A couple, Your Honor. So you're saying you never saw him get the gun from anywhere in the house, right?
No.
Okay, so at some point, did you see where it came from on his person?
I'm assuming his pants or his pocket.
Okay, but you don't know him to be someone who goes out carrying a gun, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, and you guys have been together for like 6 years, right?
5.
5. Okay. And the best description you can give of the gun is that it was black. Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Very good.
And my reasoning for calling the police or my niece calling the police, people, I was scared. I was crying, I was scared, and I know that'll get you away from me. That will get you away from me. I don't want, I've been to jail. I don't want no one going to jail, leaving their children, because he do have children. Mr. Corey Wassell needs mental help. He needs mental help, and I tried that. I tried to get him in counseling, I tried to get him on medication. He needs mental help. Jail not gonna give him that. It's not.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step. Any other witnesses for the?
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, as to count 2, felon in possession, I will indicate, Your Honor, that I do have a certified copy of the register of actions for Corey Watt, which does indicate that on the date of June 20th of the year 2000, and I'm sorry, March 20th of 2002, the defendant President Court was sentenced for the crime of carrying a concealed weapon, and that is the basis for the felon in possession charge.
Okay.
And Your Honor, other than that, I would move to bind over on counts 1, 2, 5, and 7, and the habitual offender for the
Freedom of thought, Your Honor, I just want to repeat what some of those counts were. Judge, I would object to bind over particularly on the firearms offenses. I think as Your Honor keyed in on, I understand that it was her testimony today that she did in fact see a firearm. However, I want to point out to the court that she didn't mention it at all in her original narrative of what happened that day. It wasn't until APA Drain had to ask her, was there anything else that he had threatened you with? Arguably reminding her of what she told the police.
Except for the fact that some prosecution got these charges from somewhere.
Of course, she made a report where she said he had a gun. I'm not disputing that. But then today on the
She said
stand.
the first time she said it was on the stand, but today that's not true.
Yes, what I meant to say, Your Honor, is the first time she said it today was after being essentially led back into it by the prosecutor. I'm not saying it's the first time she's ever said it. I'm saying she left it out of her under oath testimony for the majority of her narrative and only mentioned it at the point where it's being asked, is there anything else that you maybe saw other than just his hands?
Because she said it right her with them.
Your Honor,
Just had it in his possession.
I understand why.
So the most immediate thing to her was the beating that she said.
I guess, Your Honor, I mean, I think the fact that she only saying she saw it for this very brief period of time, I think points to the fact that she said it the night of the incident because she wanted the incident to end and wanted him to in fact be taken away and arrested. And the shortcut to doing that is saying he had a gun because that's going to make things a lot more serious, a lot quicker. And so her saying that he had a gun that evening now needs to be a part of her story today, but it wasn't originally part of what she was going to say happened that evening until it was kind of brought up again and said, was it just his hands? Suggesting that like you said something else that night that you now need to include in this testimony. I'm arguing that goes to credibility as to whether or not she actually saw this firearm. I find it to be strange that someone who's with someone for 5 years, doesn't know him to be someone who carries a firearm, didn't see where it came from, isn't able to describe it in any meaningful way, is just saying she saw it for a very brief period of time during what is described as a very aggressive assault. For that object not to be used or brandished in any way, and only mentioned essentially when she's saying he has his foot on her neck and it's in his hand, which arguably would be pointing downwards to where she is. I think that description to me sounds terrifying and noteworthy, but I think it didn't happen, and that's why it's not mentioned until later. Because it's not, like you said, it's not kind of the thing that's at the forefront of her mind, but I'm saying it's not at the forefront of her mind because it didn't happen that evening. I'm not going to make argument as to the assaultive offenses, but I do think she added in a gun to raise the seriousness of this offense, knowing that he has prior convictions. And I would ask that Your Honor not bind over on the firearms offenses. That would be my argument.
Ms. Green, why aren't you moving the bind over on counts 4 and 5?
Your Honor, just because
Or 4, 5, 4, 6. Sorry, 5, said you're not moving the bind over on 4, 5, and 6?
I believe it was 3, 4, 5, and 6.
3, 4, 5, and 6.
I'm moving to bind over on 1, 2, 5, and 7. So the assault with intent to do great bodily harm, the possession by a felon, and the felony firearm, because count 5 felony firearm, second offense notice is based on the felony possession charge, number 2. So that's what that is based on. That's why I'm moving my over. And Your Honor, I will say, first of all, I am going to say that I do believe that she was very credible in what she said. She could have easily said, he had a gun out, I saw the gun, he threatened me with the gun, he had it the whole time. He said I was going to kill you and he had the gun. She didn't say any of that. She said, yes, he did have a gun, but he never pointed it at me, he never threatened me with it. Even though it does seem that she at one point, I think during cross-examination, may have said that she did see the gun while he had his foot on her neck, which would put him in possession of that during the assault by strangulation. I think what she was trying to communicate to the court is that she's not trying to put somebody, she was assaulted, and it was quite a substantial assault, but she was not trying to, she's saying he doesn't need jail, he needs help. So I don't think she was trying to add things on by saying, yeah, he put the gun in my face, he threatened me with it, but he definitely possessed it, and she saw him possess that gun at some point while she was being assaulted.
So again, you're moving to bind over on counts 1, 2. Are you moving to bind over on count 3?
No, not count 3.
No count 3,
No
no
count 3.
count 4,
No. Correct.
and no count 5, right?
Yes, I am moving to bind over on count 5, that felony firearm, because that felony firearm is based on felony possession. Yes.
5 and count 7.
Yes.
No count 6.
Correct.
1, 2, 5, and 7.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so there's no dispute as to whether or not the people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the assault offenses. That being the assault intent to do great bodily harm, thus the murder by strangulation, as well as count 7, domestic violence goes over as a misdemeanor. People are not moving to bind over on count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4, felony firearm, or count 6, felony firearm. People are moving to bind over on count 2, felony possession of a firearm, and count 5, felony firearm. Witness indicated that the defendant had in his possession sounds like a handgun, although he didn't threaten her with it. He is a felon, and his rights to retain or possess a weapon not being restored. Rational trier of fact could find her testimony to be credible as it relates to the gun. The rational trier of fact could find that her testimony is not credible, as Ms. Gershwin indicated that she didn't. That's not something that she brought up initially about the gun.
I just wanted to indicate, Your Honor, it said handgun. I believe that she very specifically said she couldn't say what type of gun it was, other than it was black.
Well, she said she had it in his hand, and it was, maybe I added that part in, but she said he had it in his hand and it was pointed down at his side. I took that to mean a handgun, but you're right, it could very well have been a long gun. We'll just leave that gun. In any event, you do not have the right to possess a weapon. Rational trier of fact could find either way. that her testimony was credible or that it's not credible as it relates to the gun being in this possession. That's for the trial. So the court will find over on counts 1, 2, 5, and 7. Will dismiss counts 3, 4, and 6 insufficient evidence. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to be disciplined committed. Will bind the criminal over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be December 11th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Your Honor, I would ask for a bond. Your Honor, we raised this at the PCC hearing, and Your Honor said you would review it after the exam. The ordered DSU report, I'm assuming it hasn't been prepared yet.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
They recommend no action.
Okay. With that in mind, Your Honor, I would ask that Your Honor consider the fact that some of the charges today have been dismissed, and the testimony of Ms. Smith, who said that she felt he should get help.
Your client has an extensive history of failing to appear.
I will say it's old, Your Honor. I mean, I will say he hasn't had anything, it's my understanding, I haven't seen the DSU report, but my understanding is he hasn't had anything since he was released in 2007 for an offense he was sentenced on in 2003. And he was on parole until 2011, where he completed parole, which I think, you know, time has passed since 2007. We're over a decade later. I would just submit to the court that I think he's, and I don't have the DSU report, so I don't know if Your Honor's seeing something other than what I'm saying.
I am.
Okay, can you tell me what you're
I'm
saying?
gonna keep trying, but you keep talking over me.
Sorry, go ahead.
So injunctive order, bond conditional release order, protect the person. That's from November 29th this year. Protect the order, yes, PPO, bench warrant, failure to appear. Out St. Clair Shores, bench warrant, failure to appear. Out of Detroit 36th District. That's 2018. The other bench warrant was from 2019. The other bench warrant, failure to appear unregistered and entitled vehicle, 2018. It's out of 36th District 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 out of 36th District 4.
And
Failure to appear.
are those all traffic offenses?
Yes. There's on track.
Still
and there's a failure to appear out of 37th District Court, 2016.
And so, Your Honor, I do feel like I often see traffic failures to appear, and our office would be happy to help you clear those up. I imagine that, you know, there's some people just don't even have an awareness of the fact that they have these failures to appear. My sense is from talking to Mr. Watts that he has been trying to do the right thing and work since 2011 without parole. And I would be happy to help him with those traffic issues. Additionally, our social workers in my office would be happy to refer him to some kind of anger management or batterers counseling in light of what Ms. Smith said she'd like to see in the trial, which I'm sure he'd be happy to participate in. I'm asking that Your Honor allow him to be out and to live with his aunt. He would not go back to the address where Ms. Smith is. He works doing construction. I've spoken to his business partner, Keith Drape. They have jobs that are waiting essentially for them to be working on. They're supposed out until March. So he's trying to continue earning to support his 2 children who are not with Ms. Smith. He has a 9-year-old and a 13-year-old. The 13-year-old is his daughter, and his 9-year-old is his son. He, as I was saying at the PCC, he provides childcare for them when their mothers are unavailable. They are co-parenting. He picks them up, takes them to school. Last week, he was supposed to take his son to the barber shop to get a haircut. He stays involved in their lives, and as Ms. Smith even indicated, she knows that he's involved in their lives. She said, I know he has kids. She doesn't want to necessarily see him in custody, but she wants him to stay away from her. And I think Mr. Watsell understands that and wants to, you know, take this case forward and be able to essentially have these hearings from the street, pretrial release. He's not a flight risk. I understand that the bench warrants exist, but they're not on cases where, you know, it's just, they're traffic bench warrants, and they're not ideal. But I would ask the court to consider that he hasn't been arrested since this, hasn't been arrested for criminal offense since he went into custody in 2001, essentially. So it's been a really long time that he's been in this courtroom charged with a crime. and he plans to participate in the process. And so I'm asking the court to consider lowering his bond. It's currently at $10,000 cash. He could do a tether, but I'm asking Your Honor to consider that he would work while it's on the tether, if that's the court's problem.
Ms. Dre?
Thank you, Your Honor. I asked for the reduction.
As I indicated before, this defendant has an extensive criminal history dating back to at least 1988. Everything from carrying concealed weapons to robbery not armed, robbery armed, assault of a prison employee. Moving on to page 2. A host of bench warrants for his non-appearance. This defendant appears to not only be a flight risk, but a danger to the community. I think the $10,000 bond, cash bond, is relatively low. Like this report reads, and they recommend this court take no action. Prosecutors asking that this court take no action. I think the bond is set as a reasonable bond, so that bond will be continued. Ms. Roseback, I need dismissals for counts 3, 4.
Absolutely, I have a copy, Chief.
Understood. Great.
I'm sorry. Sure. How are we looking on 3? We might as well knock that out and be done with it. Why is free on Zoom? Connect your audio, sir. We don't have it. He's on Zoom for some reason. Connect your audio, sir. Connect your audio, Mr. Free.
I don't see an attorney for me.
Mr. Free,
Yes, sir.
why aren't you here in court?
Because I'm supposed to be here today at December 4th. Today my
I
day to
said,
go to
why
court.
aren't you presently here in court? You're supposed to be in 36th District Court, sir.
You said 8:30?
No, sir. Like right now, you're supposed to be here in 36th District Court.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to be Zoom.
No, sir.
I mean, I could be on my way, sir. I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't know what's going on. My lawyer didn't say nothing. She just said Zoom at 1:30. I didn't know I was supposed to appear in court.
You know, you're supposed to be here. Head this way.
Okay, I'm on my way, sir.
All right.
All right, if you want to, can we stay on the phone? I mean, I'm not trying to get in trouble, man.
Come on. Head this way.
Okay.
What's the one that was last name? FREEL?
How was that?
Free, is it FREE? I have on the sheet, but
It's FREE.
because I thought it L.
No, it's free. Delmica Free June. That's the tension. Hold on. Judge Kenneth. What's the name? It's my whole my whole I don't see that name on my app. some person has a name is John Hope or something. That's not a bad guy. Oh.
Bit wrong.
Thank you. No, no. Cases and suits. Some.
I gotta go back. Yeah, everyone's not, but they did say I should see something.
I told you the time, I didn't specify, it might be my fault. Judge, it might be my fault. Hi, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Hi, I'm saying, well,
I, okay, do you have kids?
I didn't even bring my laptop.
Okay.
Wait, I
have it now. You sent it. I have it. I mean, I might want to play it first. Okay, well. That's up. Wondering if we'll let us.
Yeah,
Should we tell
yeah,
them it's here?
like
Okay.
when he gets here, hopefully, you know, we can send emails.
Yeah. Probably be a 2 points, yes. I mean, at the PD office, yeah. I don't think so. I'm superstitious. I leave this here until they. talks.
Do you have anybody on free here?
Judge, I'm here.
Ms. Filkowitz, where's your client?
My mistake, Judge. I told him 1:30 and I did not specify Zoom.
Oh, that's right, I talked to him.
So I apologize. He's on his way. Yeah.
I talked to him. People, do you have witnesses on free?
No, Your Honor.
You anticipate them being here?
I'm not sure, Judge.
Have you reached out to them?
We have, Judge, we were unable to reach them. You're not sure if the email was received or not. So I know that the phone number we have for her wasn't working. She wasn't at that address she got. So by the time the defendant gets here, if they're not here, then, we'll probably take some time. That way we're not-
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, John.
Bye now, have a good one.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, I took it. That for
17. That's what then.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and then they usually like overcorrect the questions for the next round, so that the curve is much
Better for the
favorable.
scoring.
Yeah. Yeah.
I took it. I was like, I'm just not gonna.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Delmika Born Free. Delmika, yes.
It's a good name though, Born Free.
Yeah. Let's see about that. I'm just kidding. Calling case 2359831, people of the state of Michigan versus Delmika Born Free Jr. There's two of them running around. Defendants charged on count one, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, 2017, with failure to hold. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tiffany Woods, P 86189 for the people.
And good afternoon, Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Polkowitz, P 81653 on behalf of Delmika Born Free. Mr. Free, state your name one more time for the judge.
Delmika Born Free Jr.
This date time set for preliminary examination and ready to proceed.
No, Your Honor, we are not ready to proceed. I do not have any witnesses at this time, so I can go forward.
Your Honor, I move for dismissal without prejudice. I would also note apologies for the delay. I did not clarify to Mr. Free whether it was in person or on Zoom. In any event, we're moving for dismissal.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, I said.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
That concludes the document for today. Tomorrow, same flight station, same that time. Why does everybody laugh when I do that?
I don't think I've ever seen it in a live judge.
No, you have to have a proof.
No. Oh.
Do you think?
Wait, no, I just think that's other.
I was wondering if maybe the judge can just sign off and I can get a copy and she can enter it.
Well,
out.
that-
See if that works.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You signed it?
He already signed it, so it's out. It has to be sealed and put in the computer. Is that right, Your Honor?
He just has a tether on judge, so I was hoping to get the paperwork.
The dismissal order should take care of it.
Yes, but I think Madam Clerk might be out, but I'm wondering if I can.
Give her her copy.
Yeah.
I can't.
Oh, under the box.
Oh. Snap it.
You guys have to do it. Yeah, I'll take this one. Perfect. Yep.